Kia ora tātou, nau mai, haere mai, and a warm welcome and good morning everybody to our council meeting for Wednesday the 10th of December 2025, and I was going to say our final one for the year, but we'll see what happens there. Our order of business today, people, will open with karakia, and I'll invite the Deputy Mayor to open us, please.
Tēnā koe, your worship, o te rā, tēnā tātou katoa, greetings everyone. Tū tawa mai I runga, tū tawa mai I raro, tū tawa mai I roto, tū tawa mai I waho. Kia tau ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tāi ki e. Thank you, your worship.
Kia ora, thank you. Just working through our paper there, but before we do that, in terms of our meeting, it's being recorded, it's been live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. In terms of health and safety, in the unlikely event of an emergency, we will exit through the green signs there. We will evacuate to the assembly area, which is the clock tower in the square to Maraahine. In terms of health and safety, smoking vaping is prohibited within the council building. Unlike the event of needing a defibrillator, that is located outside the entrance downstairs in the customer service entrance. And any incidents, please report that to our committee administration. To officers, please, if you, in the first instance, for those online, if you could just give your name and title, that will be very, very helpful. So we've got a full house, and I'm not expecting any apologies. Councillor Bowen.
We run very late. I'll be an early departure on council business.
I think a few of you have asked that question, and obviously that's entirely in your hands, how long that goes. I don't intend that to be the case, so if we can get out of here at a reasonable hour this afternoon, that is the plan. All right. Moving through to declarations of... oh, sorry, we will. Okay, so we've got a recommendation to council. Sorry, I'm changing between glasses and being able to see things. The council received the apologies from Councillor Bowen for early departure on council business. I'm happy to move that. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hapata.
Oh, sorry, I was going into next one.
Okay,
next item.
okay. All right. What we're doing is apologies. Put your hand up if there's anything else around apologies. There being none, we will vote, please. And that's passed. 15 votes for, and against. All right. We'll move through to declarations of interest. Yeah. And I'll go back to you, Councillor Hapata.
Thank you. Just on item number 17, I've got a conflict of interest on that item. Thank you.
Okay, noted. Thank you. And Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll declare my interest in item 10 with international travel.
Okay, thank you. All right. We now move through to public comment. There is none. Okay. And we do have a notice of motion number 6 on our order paper around the public health and district plan, and I'll invite Councillor Barrett to speak to that, please.
Would it be possible to get the officer to respond as well before we take a vote?
So look, plan is, Councillor, you frame up your notice of motion.
We'll then get comment from the officers and then we'll debate from there.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, today I'm asking each one of you to support this notice of motion for one simple reason, because it is in the best interests of our community to do so. Like probably many of you, perhaps all of you and many in the community, I was quite surprised when I found out that a new petrol station was approved to go next to a childcare in Church Street. In hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have been so surprised, because it turns out that the district plan doesn't say very much about childcare centers, nor does it say very much about petrol stations. And in fact, everything that was done was absolutely above board. So I'd say that now I've gone from surprise to concern. I'd like to thank Councillor Arnott for getting in early to express his concerns around the health aspects there, and also for seconding today's notice of motion. Hopefully, it will help council and our community better understand the risks as we look to the future. I'd also like to thank the officers for their very constructive engagement to date, the Te Whatu Ora Public Health staff, and the Horizon staff for their constructive engagement on this since it's come to light. I'll probably leave it there in terms of framing it up. I think there's some rationale that we can tease out as we hear from the officer's report and pick it up in further comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, councillor. I'll invite, so on our order paper there is a response from Jonathan Ferguson-Pye, our city planning manager. Jonathan, come to the table, please.
Kia ora koutou, John O. Ferguson-Pye, City Planning Manager. I've developed a memorandum to guide, I think, discussion on the motion this morning to try and just assist with what may be an appropriate response from my team if councillors were of a mind to support the motion. So I'm happy to take the report as read, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
And there are a number. Thank you, Jono. So we'll go to Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Jono, for the paper. I've got a few questions. The first one is, I guess, what is the science, as far as you're aware, on the risk of living or having children next to a petrol station?
I personally don't have a great knowledge of the science. We certainly, under the district plan and as outlined in section 14 of the hazardous substances section of the district plan, largely rely on central government legislation and structure that controls the use and storage of those, and the district plan is developed in a way that relies and leans on that central government structure across a number of pieces of legislation.
Okay, so our rules are based on guidance from government around what's hazardous and how to manage that hazard?
Correct.
Okay. Second question I've got is what would be the cost of doing this review? Because I don't think that's noted anywhere.
At this stage, it would be very hard to come up with a number. I think for us, we'd have to, first of all, understand the issue and see if there was a gap first. If council were of a mind to request my team to develop a plan change like this, it would be, we'd have to look at gathering evidence on the science and the data. My initial thoughts around that is that the nature of the effects that we'd be looking at managing are cumulative in nature, which from an RMA point of view are always the effects that are the hardest to manage and are the most demanding to get evidence on. So my initial thoughts were that it wouldn't be an insignificant amount of money to fund a plan change to tackle this issue.
And so, given that we've got the government plan stop, which you've referred to in your paper, plus new legislation coming, in terms of the timing of this, how feasible would it be to do a district plan change in the current political environment, I suppose?
So currently, there is a stop on all council-initiated plan changes, subject to going to the minister for an exemption. In this case, if council did direct us to develop a plan change, we would have to go to the minister and request permission to initiate that plan change. The criteria that's currently in place that we need to address, there is a criteria there that looks at an issue where a district plan maybe isn't being as effective, or there are issues that the district plan isn't managing that need to be managed. So there is a criteria there that we would have to latch on to get that approval. So that is one pathway. If we weren't able to, if we didn't get that approval from the minister, then the plan stop is in place until the 31st of December 2027. We'd have to wait until the 1st of January 2028. Okay,
thank you. And given that this notice of motion talks about gaps in relation to public health, it specifies the petrol stations, is it opening the door to other issues that perhaps are concerning the public at the moment, which may or may not have evidential basis to them? So, I mean, the one I'm thinking of most is the cell phone towers, but there might be others. Do you think we're opening the door to having to consider all of those potential effects?
Look, I don't think we would be. I think the motion is quite specific in its nature, and any plan change that was developed, I don't think there would be scope for submissions that brought in broader considerations like cell phone towers and things like that. So, given the scope of the motion, no, I don't think it would be opening us up to address those other issues.
Okay, and sorry, one last question. In terms of, you've made a comment that this work would need to be prioritised over other district plan work. So there's an opportunity cost basically involved in going forward with this. What do you think would need to be delayed or put off as a result of focusing on this?
Look, given the new legislation just landed yesterday, it's a difficult question to answer. We do have a new senior planner starting at the end of January who has a very good skill set in research. It's likely that any time that person spent on this work, if they weren't doing this work, then they would be helping us with getting ourselves organised for the regional spatial plan and working with our regional colleagues, and potentially working on the update to the future development strategy. And they would still be doing that work, but not to the same extent. There would be an opportunity cost there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bowen.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Joanna, for that. Just following up on your answer to Councillor Johnson's question about scope, that you feel that this is limited in its scope, but the wording of the notice of motion is including but not limited to. So can you just confirm that you see that as actually limited to?
Look, I think the public health issue we're talking about is limited to hazardous substances and land use and sensitive land use associated with that. Given a plan change would be very focused on hazardous substances and any potential public health effects related to land use, I just can't see how a submission on that plan change that didn't relate to that specific issue would open us up to sort of a broader response.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that for me. I suppose my wider question is, in considering this, has this issue come up in any other territorial authority that you're aware of, and how have they responded?
Look, I'm not aware that it has. It doesn't mean that it hasn't. Certainly a desktop study would look into whether it had been an issue with other councils.
Okay. And that will be in the next stage if this goes through. And then you touched on it, the RMA legislation, new legislation dropped yesterday, and you talk about the impact of the legislation in your report as much as you know, I suppose, at the time when you were writing it. So I suppose my question is, are you able to say, beyond what you said in the report, what, based on what you read yesterday, what the impact of that legislation might be on considering this kind of plan change, noting your report talks about a likely limited ability to consider reverse sensitivity effects, which I expect this would fall within. And the sense of the drop yesterday seemed to be that it was very much intended to be more enabling rather than more restrictive. So how might this land in a future legislative framework?
Look, I think what I've placed there in the report at paragraph 3.2, I think what came out yesterday is there's nothing that I've got in 3.2 that is inconsistent with what was announced yesterday. You are correct. The new legislation is broadly speaking more enabling. One of the issues that we need to unpack at the moment is there will be some transitional provisions that transition us from the existing RMA regime to the new one. I would have to look at some of those transitional provisions to see what the issues would be with, well, how those transitional provisions would manage a plan change like this, and how it would travel between the old and the new, because we would be developing a plan change under the existing regime, and there'd be some transitional provisions that guide us in terms of over time we would be developing this plan change as we're transitioning, and how the legislation would treat a plan change like this.
Okay, right. Thanks for answering those for me, Jono. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in regards to safe separation distances, have you got any gauge of what other examples are of a safe separation distance? I've seen 50, but I've seen as much as 100 metres. Can you respond to the safe separation examples?
Look, I think I'll probably just go back to one of the questions that that was asked earlier. Our district plan is based on central government guidance. I haven't looked at what other councils have in place with respect to separation distance, except to say that our separation distance is guided by that broader central government structure in place to manage the use and storage of natural hazards.
One example that comes to mind that's pretty recent in the city was in 2021, when the Soho Group developed the 40-odd, I believe 46 units, Pioneer Highway between Church Street, next to a petrol station. Would that have been captured in this type of recommendation and maybe been declined because of it?
That is a really good question, because what we're dealing with here is the location of a service station next to a childcare centre. Any plan change that we looked at developing would also have to look at the counterfactual in terms of managing new sensitive activities next to existing hazardous facilities. So I think any plan change would have to examine both sides of the coin and look at what a efficient and effective response might be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Kuru. You've come back into the queue and I'll get you again. She's on.
I'm on. Oh, I'm on. Now I can't, my blinking computer. So this just is a question around, now that we have awareness of this, do we, like failing to act, could it affect council's reputation and expose us to future liability?
At the moment, my answer to that question would be based on the current district plan. I think from in terms of our statutory responsibilities under RMA, I think the council is in a sound position. If my team was asked to go away and do some further information that that uncovered information that there was an issue and that there could be a harm, then potentially there could be, I guess, an obligation on us to respond to that. That question is very broad, and I'm trying to answer as concisely as possible because I think at the moment, from a statutory point of view, we are okay. There's obviously a broader public good issue that councillors are concerned about. And when it comes to reputation, my team would obviously just follow the direction of the councillors in terms of how you'd like us to respond to the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Barrett.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Jonathan. Any sense yet of how the hazardous substances types of issues will be dealt with in the nationally standardised zones that are being developed?
At this stage, we don't know because the government hasn't actually developed those zones, or if they have, they're in the really early stages of doing that. So we're probably a good 6 to 12 months away from knowing what that looks like, except to say that the government will be very structured in terms of the way those zones are brought together and how they work. But until we see that, we won't know for another 6 to 12 months.
Great, thanks. So if we were to do some work within those 6 to 12 months to determine whether or not, in our view, there was an issue, would we potentially have a path of expressing that concern in terms of developing the nationally standardized zones rather than having to load a plan change totally on our own shoulders?
Yes, certainly. We're in the process of looking at the new legislation. There will be a submission that comes before council in the new year, speaking to the new legislation. Certainly, council staff through that submission could raise the issue that the community had been concerned or are concerned about this issue, and that the new legislation needs to be designed in a way that addresses those concerns. And if we have gone away and done some work, that there could be some supporting information with a submission if that's what council wishes staff to do.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Harper.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Jono. When the applicant put his application into council, did the people neighbouring this location, in terms of the daycare and other neighbours, did they have a chance to oppose it?
My understanding, having quickly read the consent, was that it was processed on a non-notified basis, so directly affected parties hadn't been identified through the consenting process.
So there was no chance to?
Under the planning regime in the district plan and under the obligations of staff under the RMA, it was determined that there wasn't a need under the legislation and under the district plan.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Jono. That's our questions done. So what we're going to do is we'll just move this report just out of process, and then we'll go back to the debate with the motion itself. So, colleagues, we have the recommendation of council that we receive the memo titled Response to Notice of Motion Public Health and the District Plan. I'm happy to move that, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, and I'll ask you to vote, please. That has passed 16 votes for, none against. Thank you. Right. We will now go back to the original notice of motion, which is around recommending to council, the council assess the Palmerston North District Plan for gaps in relation to public health, including but not limited to consideration of safe separation between petrol stations and childcare, schools, health and residential land use. That's moved by Councillor Barrett, seconded by Councillor Arnott. Are there any questions of the mover or seconder before we go and comment and debate? Just put your hand up if there is. I've got a number. Okay, I'll go to you, Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just ask of the mover, if the seconder wants just to respond, that would be fine. Just in regards to the intent behind this, is this for any review of land that could become a petrol station to be developed, that these consideration of safe separation for it to be developed, or in the reverse as well, for any developments proposed that would site next to a petrol station? I just want to understand, is it both and, or is it just for the petrol station developments in the future?
I've seen that as both and.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, right. I'll go back to you, Councillor Barrett, if you'd like to speak to it.
Great, thank you, and thanks colleagues for the questions and queries. That's been helpful. I think basically we have a really fundamental question in front of us, which is how we continue to enable city development while also appropriately safeguarding public health. And yes, as some of the questions teased out, I think that question's even more relevant given yesterday's resource management announcements, but I'll save most of that, I think, for another day in terms of comment on that reform. The specific question we really have is whether or not it would be appropriate to have a separation between a petrol station and a childcare center in future. Currently we don't. They can go side by side, and the international research suggests that that is a source of harm for young ones, including an increased risk in childhood cancers and other negative health effects. I would accept there's a difference in degree between having a kid in childcare and having a kid actually living in terms of the numbers of hours of exposure, but I think on balance we would expect that there's still some residual risk there for young ones that are spending periods of time in a childcare center, and I think we would all understand that that isn't a good thing. I have asked for a reasonable scope around this in terms of what we look at in terms of sensitive uses, childhood or childcare, schools, health and residential land use. That's been standard with the advocacy position that other non-NGOs are bringing. And basically I think what this will help us establish, should this be voted through, and I would ask for your support, is whether or not there is a substantial issue here. I've had an initial read through, but I think it would be very good use of officers' time to bring us back a view on whether or not there was an issue there. At that point, we would then have some options. And yes, one option would be to write to the minister to beg to get permission to spend some money on our own district plan, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not actually sure that is the option we should follow, because if there is an issue here, it's not unique to Palmerston North. And I think it would be prudent for us to consider, if there is an issue here, how we then pursue it. And I think that these nationally defined zoning approaches, we have options through other territorial authorities to raise concerns, to identify how broad those concerns are across the country. I don't think we need to go straight to loading a district plan change on ourselves, but I think we should establish whether or not there is an issue of concern here that is indeed grounded in science, and that we should then consider our options to respond to. Not seeking to revisit any past decisions as well, to be very clear. You know, the ship sailed in the corner of Church and Albert. We're not going to be taking out a childcare center. We're not going to be taking out a petrol station. This is about what we can do to shape the future to ensure that the community is better off and healthier. The other thing I'd like to comment on briefly, Mr. Mayor, before handing to others, is that I think this is very much an issue around the district plan, not an issue around our officers. And when the story came into the media, there's a bit of chatter, some of it quite slanderous actually towards officers, and I would say that is absolutely not on. It's absolutely baseless. We've approved a district plan. Officers were simply doing their job. So if we are going to address anything or change anything, it's at this table, and I'd commend officers for the work that they've done to date. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. I'll go to the seconder first. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, Chamber. I'm seconding this notice of motion because what has happened here simply is not good enough. A petrol station being built directly next door to a childcare centre, legally under our own district plan, should ring alarm bells for every single person sitting around this table and the public watching. This is not about blaming the daycare. They didn't choose this, and being non-notifiable, they didn't even know until I knocked on the door. And they shouldn't have to wear the consequences. This is about planning and whether they're failing to protect the people we're elected to serve. Across the jurisdictions have already recognised the health risks, benzene exposure, asthma rates, childhood cancers, yet here, under our district plan, a petrol station can literally share a fence line with the developing toddlers. If that's not a wake-up call, I don't know what is. Councillor Barrett, our resident scientist, motion is straightforward. Get the facts, assess the gaps, and bring back advice. We cannot keep pretending everything is fine when the evidence says otherwise. The community expects better, and frankly, so should we. This notice of motion is the first step to fixing a system that has just been shown in the most alarming way possible to be broken. We owe our city better than silence, and we owe our children better than excuses. That's why I'm seconding it, and it's time we face this head-on, councillors, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Barrett and Arnott for bringing this forward. Whether you agree or disagree with the motion, I think it's a worthwhile discussion for us to have. I want to speak to say my initial view, and I expressed to Councillor Barrett, was not to support this, because to me it feels like a knee-jerk reaction. We've seen the most flagrant example of a childcare centre next to a petrol station, but actually there are petrol stations all around town. I gave Councillor Barrett 4 or 5 examples next to residential areas. And so if we argue that we believe there's a risk of human habitation, or our kids growing up near that, surely that would be the same for a kid playing in their yard at home over the summer. And so because of that, and as Councillor Barrett says, this isn't just a Palmerston North problem, this is a national problem, the evidentiary burden to convince me that we have got this so wrong across not just our city but the country is high. And I will say today I am not yet convinced by that. However, what I am convinced by is the argument that there is concern, that there is precedent in other countries, and that there is gathering research that there may be a problem. And so I'm quite open to what Councillor Barrett's put forward, that we do a desktop review and an investigation. I'm not saying that when it comes to the end of it that I'll necessarily support it, but I am saying I'm willing to see the facts and do that work to see what the answer is. The other reason that I shared a concern, was considering not supporting it, was due to what's been teased out in questions, the legislative redundancy of district plans going forward. And now, as many of you will know, I am hopeful that the government will get re-elected. There is absolutely a possibility next year that they don't. And in that case, if opposition comes in and repeals the changes to RMA, as this government did to the last one, there is absolute possibility the district plans continue to be the way in which we manage the public health and planning in our community. I'm not saying it's necessarily likely, I'm not saying it's what I want, but I am saying it's possible. And so for that reason alone, I don't think we can simply say, well, we assume this reform is going to carry on, therefore we have to work purely based on those parameters. I think there is a reasonable possibility of something else happening. And the third reason I'm willing to support it is because our team can manage it through internal capacity. I wouldn't be comfortable today saying let's spend 100 grand on an external consultant's report telling us whether it's what might be the case. If that was the situation, I would say let's wait till after the election next year. Then if district plan is going to continue, that's when we'd look at it. But given it can be managed through internal capacity, as our officers say themselves, I'm open to seeing the information, I'm open to hearing the argument. So I will support it today.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I guess a few comments first of all. The first thing I would say is that I do think there's a risk with the way this notice of motion is worded of us opening ourselves up to a whole range of claims that things are a public health risk. We've already, as we know, been approached by community who are concerned, rightly or wrongly, about cell phone towers being erected in the neighbourhoods. There's also an issue potentially of people living near high tension electricity wires. There may be other issues out in the community that people are concerned about, rightly or wrongly, that we end up having to spend our officers' time and effort on trying to establish what the established science is. And I think that brings me on to my second point, which is it's difficult, particularly for people who are not experts in the field of this particular risk, it's difficult for us to assess what has been published already. Councillor Barrett provided us a link, and I read the paper that had been published based on research in Italy. Whether or not that one paper provides sufficient evidence to say that there is always a risk, whether their methodology and conclusions were sound, whether we can say that the science is established, I'm not sure about. And I think we need to be really cautious about making that kind of decision ourselves here in Palmerston North when, as I think someone has already mentioned, we've got government legislation through the Hazardous and Noxious Organisms Act, or the HASNO Act as I call it. We've got that legislation to provide that guidance. So I do feel that there's a bit of a risk here of us trying to, without the expertise in-house, I'm quite sure, to determine whether or not this is risk. It's the sort of thing that if it was in a hearing, you would have a specialist expert reporting on. So I raise that. The sort of timing of it and how it falls with the changes in government legislation, and also, will be fair to say, a change in government approach to planning, which is, as I heard from the Minister himself at the New Zealand Planning Institute conference, is that they want councils to start saying yes and stop saying no. That was his exact phrase. So I think we'd be sort of swimming against the tide here. It's not to say it's the wrong thing to do, but we just need to be aware of that. And I'm also concerned that this isn't just about childcare centres, it's about schools, it's about health premises, it's about residential development, which actually encompasses a large part of the land use in the city. So I think we just need to be a little bit careful opening this up. Having said that, the other side of the argument is that there is a community concern, whether or not that's based on evidence or emotion, it's hard to say, and I don't really know, to be fair. So I'm not opposed to us doing a desktop analysis. I think we need to be careful how we interpret it without expert advice. Whether or not we consult a consultant who's an expert in the area, I think we'll leave that up to staff. But I do think we need to be cautious about the scope of this, how it's approached, and what the consequences might be. And I think we need to be very clear that legislation that we might introduce that would be more restrictive than government legislation must be based on established science. It can't just be based on, we don't like this idea, you know? So I will reluctantly support it, but as I say, I have a lot of concerns about the implications and also concerns about the evidential basis for the level of concern that we have in the community.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My perspective is one of living a case study for the last 6 years, living next door with my bedroom less than 50 metres from a petrol station for the last 6 years. And I appreciate the concern that it's more around children, but with the health concerns. But I would say in my lived case study that the impact, I've never had the notice of any drift from the fumes, is more around noise, to be honest. The noise impact is probably the highest on my concern list. I'm reluctant to support this recommendation with the scope and the both-and approach that's been confirmed. I can appreciate that the situation that's promoted this idea in the corner of Albert and Church Street is not ideal. And that to say that that should be non-notified, I think that's very unfortunate, because I believe the neighbours should have had some input into that decision. However, with the scope outlined that it extends beyond childcare into other residential examples alongside schools and health, I just believe the scope's too broad. And I mentioned a case in point in 2021 when we had the Soho group, 41 much needed 1 and 2 bedroom units being developed, and that could have been captured in this type of review and ultimately could have been declined for the location of development because of it. And so I see that as being a real adverse effect of an unforeseen circumstances of going down this path. The other point I'd say around going and confirming legislation outside the national policy framework is things like fluoride, where we've had these different localised issues for local authorities to make decisions on, and yet that is clearly gone back to the Ministry of Health, and I think that's where it sits best. And I would say the same for this example, that it requires some national consideration, and then, if so, some national policy framework, and that we can then make decisions underneath. And so I don't think we need to be the nation's leader in this space, and I think that it could actually end up with more costs and unforeseen negative outcomes because of it. And so for those reasons, at this point, I'm going to decline with a vote of opposition. Thank you.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the mover and seconder for bringing this forward. I think we've probably all heard the community concern when this did just pop up, and it certainly, I think, made many of us have a good look at the district plan, which might be a good outcome of this at least. I very much hear Councillor Johnson's caution about the level of the science, whether that's established science or not. I think that's an excellent question, and we're very well served around our council table by our 2 resident scientists in this regard. But I think to Councillor Dennison's point about the Soho example, our development settings are driving an increasingly dense city, and we see that across the country, and that will start to drive different conversations in our community. This issue of safe separation wasn't really an issue when we were living the quarter-acre dream. But now the times have moved on and our urban centres are increasingly dense. I think there is a moment to consider whether what served us well in the past continues to serve into the future. And for me, that's kind of the nub of this conversation that we're having. I was relieved with Councillor Barrett's comments that you're not looking for a district plan change out of this necessarily. Because for me, I think this is absolutely a bigger question. This can't be just something that Palmerston North needs to think about. Our community can't be the only community that's raised this as an issue. But how do we advocate for our community in a national issue if we haven't done the work ourselves? So for me, I will support this recommendation in order to enable us to do the work to establish what the issue is, if indeed that is backed by good science, to take soundings maybe in our community, and I think we've heard that they feel like this is a concern, rightly or wrongly, based on science or based on emotion, they feel that it's a concern. And then for us to consider, if those are met, what the next steps might rightly be to advocate for change, whether that's through our well-worn path through Local Government New Zealand, whether that's to advocate with ministers for amendments to the Has-No Act, whether that's look in the RMA replacement space. I think there are many options there that could see us find a solution that, yes, advocates for our community, but also sits that in the context of the New Zealand conversation about urban density. So I will support this recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Ballin.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I quite agree with Councillor Blyne. I think this is one of those situations where people see it. They say that can't be right. How can that happen? How can that be allowed? And we saw the same thing with vape shops popping up near schools a couple of years ago, and we had a great deal of advocacy, and we just couldn't respond to it because we had to say it's not our area and we don't have the power to change it. Maybe we can do something with signs, but you have to talk to the government. So I am really interested in the potential that Councillor Barrett outlined to take some national leadership to advocate for the action that can be taken at a higher and a better resource level for consideration in the RMA reform and those zone descriptions. As Councillor Arnott said, if we get the facts or some facts to start with at least, identify the gaps, and then show our communities that if we can't or if we shouldn't take action, then we can at least explore taking it to the people who can, and not just run up the white flag at the first, well, not run up the white flag because we want to be overcautious. Yeah, cover.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to support this notice of motion and commend Councillor Barrett and Arnott for bringing it to our attention. I think in any situation such as this does raise a community concern, and I think it's the responsible and appropriate thing for us to at least ask the question, is this a concern? Get a little bit more information back from officers. The answer to that will give us two options, either that we need to pursue this further, or it will actually provide our community with some assurance, you know, that it's not a concern. And either way, I think it's a valuable thing for us to ask the question. So I won't repeat anything further that previous speakers have said, but simply to support this. Thank you.
Impact, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, colleagues, for your perspectives, wise counsel on this, and some words of caution and clarification. I think it's been quite helpful for me, too, in terms of understanding how what we put on paper has actually landed around this table. So just a couple things to clarify. So the first half of this around gaps is really driven by the fact that this just came as a surprise. It was out of the blue. Whereas, for example, fluoride, for example, 5G, those have been traversed, it's well established, there's no surprise there, we know that that's been a conversation that's been had. So it's not looking to open cans of worms. Chemtrails, I think, are outside the scope of district plans, so I think we don't need to worry about those kind of things creeping into the chamber. This is really ensuring, first up, are there any other surprises, just things that we really haven't considered from the district plan? And then secondly, to look at this specific issue, and yes, as others have said, it is simply good to get some information, which is what this seeks to do. We cannot change the past, but we can shape the future, and we should. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we will vote. And that is passed 15 votes for and 1 against. All right, we will now move to number 8, which is around development fund subsidy application from the men's shed, building improvements, and ask our planner, Keegan Applin-Fain, to speak. Keegan. Page 15 of your papers, councillors.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Keegan Applin-Fain. I'm a senior planner of 10 years at Palmerston North City Council. It was a great warm-up for this report just before, so I'd just like to acknowledge that we've got members of the men's shed here today, the applicants of this report. I'll take the report as read. It's pretty concise, pretty clear in terms of the issues, but I have myself and colleagues available through the Mayor for questions if required.
Thanks, Keegan. I'll kick it off. So the men's shed, and I think this has been well circulated for some that have been around the table for a while. This is around a new entranceway to the actual facility at Rangitane Park. Is that right?
My understanding, and I'm happy to be burnt through the side temple there if I'm wrong. This is phase 1, so phase 2 is what you've described, Mr. Mayor. Phase 1 is the internal reconfiguration of the site, of the building itself.
And they're looking for the development contribution of $7,000, is that right?
The estimated cost of building consent fees, yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. A couple of questions, Councillor Wood.
Just one question, Keegan. Why does this come back to the council table? Why do officers not just have the discretion to approve this, given it's $7,000 and many other funds of many hundreds of thousands of dollars can be approved at an officer level?
Through the Mayor, it's not just because I like presenting to
oh, come on.
Although I do have other things to do, as you can appreciate. Just the support and funding policy does pretty clearly state that decisions are to be recommended to the relevant committee or council. So until that is reviewed, which it is planned to be in the new year, that is the case.
Great. All right, thanks, Keegan. You don't have to do much. Okay, look, we have the recommendation up there. I'll see if I can read it. So a recommendation to council that we approve the allocation of $7,000 from the Development Subsidy Fund to support the building consent fees for the men's shed. I'm happy to move that by the Deputy Mayor. Colleagues, again, there used to be a few of these that would come across our table. I mean, obviously it's a policy that needs, you know, even though Keegan loves talking to us, it needs to come back to us. Can I just acknowledge the men's shed? Thank you for the work that you're doing. To me, please support this. This is giving them $1, which they turn into many other dollars. So appreciate the work where that happens. So I'm very happy to support it. I've opened up a Pandora's box, and I'll go to the Deputy Mayor first as the seconder.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, o te rā tēnā tātou. I too wish to support this because I think that the men's shed do an amazing job. So the modification of the current premises would enable them, as mentioned in the report, to do bigger projects. And it's very impressive, the list of projects that you have done already for the community, for the wider community. And I know I, for one, am very grateful, along with many other people in our community and our city, for the work that the men's shed do. So, ngā mihi, thank you.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Keegan, gentlemen. I'll speak in support of this recommendation. Men's Shed is one of those groups that constantly delivers real value for our community. They are volunteers, but the professionalism and skill they bring to their work is remarkable. I've had direct dealings with them recently. They created the Opera House Cherubs for me, and I've seen firsthand the quality of that craftsmanship and the pride they take in contributing to our city's heritage and community projects. Their current proposal is modest but important: internal alterations to improve accessibility and expand their workshop areas, which will allow them to take on larger, more complex community projects, the very kind of work that benefits Palmerston North directly. Yes, this application doesn't meet two of the criteria on paper. Payment of the consent hasn't yet been triggered, and the building is technically owned by the council, but the intent of the criteria is clearly met. We've allocated over $13,000 this financial year specifically for community-led development support. No other applications have been received, and if we can't use this fund to help a group like Men's Shed, a group that delivers tangible community outcomes, then we really need to ask ourselves who the fund is meant for. Sometimes a bit of pragmatism is needed. A technical mismatch shouldn't stop a worthwhile project, especially one that strengthens a facility's use entirely for community good. For all these reasons, including my own recent experience with their excellent work, I'm very happy to support that allocation of the $7,000. Thank you.
And Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll say obviously, but I certainly support this. I just thought I would mention that in the past, a recipient of this fund has been the Esplanade Scenic Railway. And we've all seen the benefits that community groups can bring to our wider city through their own fundraising and building projects. So Men's Shed contribute across a number of different areas, and often when I'm around in the community, I see their projects being used, and I know that apart from the wider benefit to the community, there's significant benefit for those who are involved in the Men's Shed community. We don't have a lot of groups that can help, I guess, older men to get together and to be sociable and to find community together. So I think it's a double win. It's a win for the community, but it's also a win for those people who are involved. It's a very small amount of money that's involved, and as I say, there is precedent for these sorts of grants being delivered. So I'd encourage you all to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We will vote. And that is passed, 16 votes for and none against. Thank you. All right, we'll move through to number 9 on our order paper, which is around local order done well, the Constitution and agreement documents with the shareholders. If I can invite Chris Nyberg, Executive Director of Central Districts Water, Mike Monaghan, our Manager of Three Waters, and Transition Manager Julie Keane to the table. Thank you. Page 21 of your papers, councillors.
Kia ora koutou, it's me again. First of all, just like to say it's fantastic to be here today to get to this point where we're finally making a decision, and this is quite a significant milestone. So first of all, just wanted to acknowledge all of your efforts in getting to here today, regardless of how things go. We know that there's been a huge amount of work just to get your head around what we're doing. So look, just want to acknowledge that. Look, I'm not going to talk for very long because I think we've gone through this stuff several times now, but I probably just do want to cover a couple of things in terms of changes to what we went through last week. First of all, I just want to point out a very minor change to recommendation number 7. And I think last time I might have actually mentioned that there was an error in it that mentioned it was the delegation to the Executive Director. That's been corrected to the Chief Executive. Also just want to point out a change in the paper in section 414.1. Sorry, I'm not sure which page that's on. And that's just an update to the section that covers the recommendation on dividends. Page, yeah, thank you. 32, yes. Cool. And just that was, we thought it was important just to update that following the conversation we had last week to clarify how that two-step process worked. The other thing I'd just like to point out, and hopefully you all found it, was attachment 5, which went through in quite a lot of detail in terms of the changes from the previous version to the one that there's now. We sort of got cut short a little bit last week in terms of going through those, but hopefully they mostly made sense. You'll see there's a number of changes where I've put in the comments, change to accommodate delayed signing by Central Districts Water. I think we explained that slightly different change there. We've got a section on the principles on liquidation. There is some just clarification about some of the initial business setup activities, particularly around the transfer agreement. We've added in some of those minor additional matters that need to be included in the statement of expectation, but just to clarify, it doesn't limit what can go into the statement of expectation, but it was just considered to be the sort of the minimum of additional things that should be noted in the Constitution, and the shareholders agreement. And then finally, and we talked about this briefly, high-level principles for if someone needed to join, and just noting the fact that there is a buy-in cost relating to what we've all contributed to the establishment of the organisation. That was all I wanted to cover, and happy to take any questions.
There are a number. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Chris. How much of a shortened timeline are we on? So if we were uncomfortable with adopting this today, what are our options? What would be the impact of that?
Thanks for that question. Yeah, so effectively what it would mean if we didn't sign today, my assessment would be I'm not sure how we would get it through this year. So we would be coming back in the new year in February, talking about potentially a new version that hopefully addressed it. I guess it would also depend on if there were a few matters to be resolved, and of course we have to resolve them across all three councils. We would then need to, I would imagine, organise a workshop, debate those, trying to work out where we think we could land it again, and then we'd come back and go through it again. I'd imagine we'd be talking March, April by the time we were resolving it. April is when we're really hoping to have our board actually operating. And of course, I think we've talked about this a couple of times, there's a number of steps in here that are required. This is the first critical step, leads to the formation of the shareholder committee, and that's the body that needs to run and do the appointment of the board. So my assessment, and I suppose with Christmas as well, that doesn't really help us in this situation, and I appreciate that's challenging. So, look, I think we had a big team meeting yesterday, just doing planning with around getting through to 1 July 2027. We'll be sprinting the entire way, so I think a delay today would be challenging.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Zabellin.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think, Chris, just one question from me, which is on page 32, 4.14, number 2, which talks about the representatives of the shareholding committee would keep council informed of progress. And I just wondered, is there a view on the mechanism for that? Is that an annual report through the chamber? We're dropping updates in the group chat. Do we have a view on how that would be structured? Or is that to be TBC?
Yeah, I think that what we're trying to get at with that is that mechanism really is in the hands of the council, of each individual council, in terms of how they want to do that. So you could cover it in the delegation to your members that you're nominating. You could put it in the work schedule for times when meetings come back. It could be, the delegation could be that everyone provides a report after every meeting. It could be anything you want, and to their level, and certainly you could do that for the first year, and then if you're feeling like pretty comfortable with how things are going, you could dial it back. So we didn't think it was appropriate to put anything in the constitution, because it's really up for each council in terms of their level of comfort around this.
Excellent. So we'd have full discretion to form that up how we saw best.
Well, that's my understanding, yes.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, team. First question from me is, Chris, you're obviously aware with some of our discomfort with not having a statement of expectation come to the council table for approval. Just to be clear, when you say we could manage that through delegations, do you mean we could delegate to our 2 representatives on the shareholder committee that they would need to get approval from the council table before they could vote on that, or what would that look like?
Well, I suppose there's a range of options there, but certainly in that delegation, the expectation could be around, how you provide the, your direction to those members in terms of your expectations as council, and that could well be, in terms of reporting back, and one of those reports may be, seeing the final, the final version. I'd probably caution a little bit on that, because well, absolutely you'd want to be kept across it and make sure that, that I think part of the point of delegating to a committee, when you have to get to one statement of expectation, that there could be some last minute tweaks that that need to be made just to iron that out. And I think if you had to always come back to get those final tweaks signed off by council, that could end up being quite a cumbersome process. And look, if you just may have to plan around that if that is the council's wish. I guess the reason I'd have it as a note of caution is there are some quite strict timeframes in terms of when that has to go to the company. It is a very important input into that statement, the water services strategy, which is in effect the long-term plan for Central District's water. So it's really important that that goes into there so they can take it into account with drafting it. So that's my only comment there.
No, I appreciate your concern, but just to be clear, council could do that if it chose to.
Correct, yes, okay. Correct.
My other question was around just clarifying the reasons why we're doing this at all. So can you refresh my memory? Creating CCO with our 3 neighbours was the most affordable option to our community and had the majority of public support in our consultation?
So we can test my memory, so I'll probably call on my colleagues, but I think there's a number of factors in terms of making this decision. The modelling did suggest $100 million in savings compared to an in-house business unit, I think was that, because that was what we had to compare everything to over the 10 years. One thing is, again, it depends on the time frame. So with establishment costs and what have you, it is anticipated there will, be a higher cost in the first years, which then you start getting below that. And that certainly is probably, I think, the major challenge that everyone will be putting on the new organisation is demonstrating that we've made a good decision and those efficiencies of scale and scope are coming, and that we can demonstrate that. But yes, certainly the answer is very dependent on the time frame.
And remind me, a single council CCO or an internal business unit, they were ruled out for not meeting the legislative requirements to provide a financially viable pathway for the council. Is that correct?
No. So the internal business unit was, because it was definitely, we didn't believe we could achieve those things. I guess if you remember, and this is sort of fairly early on in the piece when we're talking about our options, and at that stage we were going out to consult on the four-council model with Manawatu and Kapiti. And at that stage, the discussion, and it was the direction from council, was we won't go out and consult on a single council CCO because it didn't really support the direction we wanted to go in terms of having a multi-council CCO. So that's why we didn't include it at that point.
I'd appreciate, just while the questions are asked, if we could double check that, because my recollection was the advice from officers at the time was the reason that we didn't consult on it was because it wouldn't meet our economic requirements. So
at the time, certainly we didn't believe the single council CCO was the favoured option. It was, yeah, so certainly that, but I think we made a decision at that point to rule it out. So when we came back, of course, we had dropped that from the options to consider. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, team. Just want to have a question of clarification in relation to the shareholders committee membership. I noted in the report that there was 3 from each council plus an independent member appointed by the trustee, and I think my question, just for clarification's purposes, is that given that we make up, we have 64% of the connections and 63% of the population and 63% of net asset value, what was the rationale behind us actually having 3 members appointed to the shareholding committee, given that we have 65% of the population?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. And this was probably going back quite a long time now in terms of when we were discussing the shareholder committee and how that would work. And I guess it was an issue that we did debate. I remember in some workshops there was a lot of discussion, and I guess a lot of things have moved since then. But at that point, I guess if we wanted to go in with other parties, particularly parties who are a lot smaller than us, we sort of had to accept the fact that there would have to be one council, one vote, effectively, in terms of that shareholder committee. It was basically, we either had to accept that as a principle or we weren't going to be in a joint CCO. So from the other CCO's perspective, the problem is that if we then have 63% of the vote, then basically it's a Palmerston North City Council CCO. It's not a joint CCO. So it was a principle about, actually, if we wanted to partner with this, we had to allow a proper sort of input from others. So it was, we absolutely understood the issue around proportional representation, and we still have that when it comes to shareholding. So when it comes to particularly those reserved matters that are that are outside the scope of the shareholder agreement, we still get our proportional share, which has been rounded up to 65%. But look, I understand the point, but unfortunately it is basically a black and white. If we want to go ahead with this thing, we have to accept that we only get one vote at the table. And I think that is, if you look at going back with some of the material that we presented, I don't think there is a joint CCO anywhere that hasn't sort of gone with the same effective principle.
I'll leave a comment. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thanks, Chris. In terms of if we proceed with this, and if we get down the track and there, for whatever reason, we're not feeling comfortable that our community is getting a good deal, what is the mechanism for us to address that?
So there's a few, I guess there's a number of steps, you know, and you know, initially it is in terms of engagement with the organisation, engagement with the board, probably through the shareholder committee and the statement of expectations in terms of that. If the council got to the point where they said, you know, there was a view that you didn't think this was good at all and that, you know, we wanted to do something else, then you would have to go through the legislative process for exit if you wanted to go back. That's quite an onerous process, but not impossible.
Okay.
But it would include, you know, you would have to consult on 4 options. I think there's 4 options, isn't it? Yeah. So they've changed it. So you'd have to consult on 4 options. You need unanimous support for the exit as well.
Unanimous support from the shareholder committee?
Correct. From the shareholders.
From all 3?
It's a unanimous vote from the shareholders, not the shareholder committee. I think when you get to those sort of points, you're beyond the scope of the shareholder committee. You know, you're back to the shareholders making those decisions. The shareholder council, the shareholder committee it's got sort of 3 key functions. You know, the hiring and firing of the board, approval of the statement of expectation, providing comment on things like the water services strategy and a few other things like that. Once you get beyond that, then you know you go back and look in the shareholders agreement, and there's, I think, Schedule 2, which you've got all of the matters that require a shareholder vote, or the significant ones, either as a 75% or as a unanimous vote. And you'll see in the unanimous section, it's
okay, and if a vote went to the shareholder committee, am I correct that if the other 2, you know, if Horowhenua and Rangatike were comfortable, they would have the majority view even if Palmerston North weren't comfortable at a shareholder committee level?
It's a unanimous vote, so everyone has to vote.
Right, okay.
Yes.
So just moving to page 91 at the bottom of there, the principles for exiting.
Sorry, just to clarify, that's not something we have a choice on. That's in the legislation that has to be a unanimous vote. So we can't just change the constitution to allow someone to. Yeah, it's been set up that way because I guess the policy direction is that they don't want it to be a sort of a willy-nilly sort of decision to step in and out of these things.
Okay, so the bottom of page 91, the principles for exiting shareholder needing to give 2 years notice but not being able to exit until after a period of no less than 10 years, why has it been made so difficult for an exit pathway?
Again, it's a policy decision by the government, so they wanted to make it very difficult. The policy is that the government wanted councils to form joint CCOs and to get the benefits that they see from that. So from a policy perspective, you know, they want, while they accept that there could be exits, you know, if you've got a very good reason, but they want to make sure that you've gone through lots of hoops to get there, and that it's, yeah, so again, these are things that we don't have control over. This is in the legislation.
Thank you. And just following on from Councillor Wood's questions around the financial modelling for the previous, you know, for why we got here today, and you mentioned that there were savings as compared to an in-house business unit, but the financial modelling as compared to the single council CCO, can you confirm, I know it was confirmed at that meeting a while back, but can you confirm that it was significantly more cost effective for our residents over the next 10 years going with a single CCO?
I might ask one, I just can't recall all of the details on the modelling going back. I'd probably have to go and check, but perhaps Scott or Cam may remember.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's testing my memory to the actual detail of the modelling, which I don't have in front of me today. My recollection is that once, if you think about the significant capital programs that particularly the city is going to contemplate in the initial years, that once you're starting to fund the required debt and that sort of thing, as well as the efficiencies, I think from about year 8, 9, 10, somewhere around there, there are significant efficiencies and savings of the multi-council CCO compared to the single council CCO. I don't have a recollection of the difference in the numbers in the first initial years. I don't have that to hand just at the moment.
And if we don't support, if there's not a majority support for this today, is Palmerston North CCO still a viable option that we could pursue in the future?
I think, look, I think we talked about this at a previous meeting as well. If we can't make this work as a joint CCO with 54,000 connections and all of the economies that we get from that, I just don't see why a smaller CCO with smaller number of connections and, you know, still significant challenges is going to be any better. I would have thought if we thought we weren't making the progress we needed to, you'd be probably wanting to go bigger rather than smaller. And I think in the future where we would be going to is to say, what are the opportunities to bring more partners in and get even more scale advantages? You know, obviously we've got a couple of close neighbours that haven't decided to join initially. We've got some, you know, over the east, we've got some over the west. I think there's lots of, you know, I can see that over the next 10 years, we're probably starting to have those conversations. And I really think that is where the future lies in this, in the scale.
Yep, I hear you. My question was, if we don't support this today, is that an option to pursue a Palmerston North CCO? Because the modelling did indicate on over the first 10 years that was much more cost effective for our community.
We'd be going back to the start, really, I think. So you would be having to exit out of our current arrangement. You would be going back and probably having to consult with the community again, because we didn't consult on a single council CCO. I would say we've had our water service delivery plan signed off by the government. That would be a significant challenge. We would likely get a commissioner in to oversee it. I don't, honestly, and I'll accept I'm sort of probably speculating a bit here, but if you think about all the challenges in terms of how far we've come, and if we wanted to take a completely different path now, and there are other councils that around the country that are in these sort of discussions, and talking to one of the chairs earlier in the week, they're saying we are expecting a commissioner.
Okay, thanks. That's all from me.
Councillor Bowen.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This one shouldn't test your memory too badly, Chris. It was a question about 414 form and the Whenua representation. Just that the language of that in the report is it's proposed that an MOU be negotiated and entered into. So I want to check, yeah, how will that be confirmed? Will that come to council? What's the timeline for that?
Yeah, so I probably don't have an absolute solid answer on that, but what I can say, I have a meeting on Friday with Ngā Tapua'a Ho's legal representative to start fleshing through what an MOU may look like and what elements may be in it. I sent out earlier in the week, I think, last week, sorry, you know, a copy of the document that we'd received. So, look, I also anticipate that the MOU would be something that all three councils, Ngā Tapua'a, plus Central District's Water would sign. So ultimately, and it might include things like the direct relationship between iwi and the board and how that may work, separate to, for instance, the shareholder committee engagement. So I think I do imagine that will be something that will be signed in the sort of first, second quarter of next year. But we might have some shape around that. But it would be something, because each council would need to sign it, it would have to come back to council. That's what I'm working on at the moment. In the meantime, we've had discussions about how those initial nominations would still be made even before we get to that point. So I don't think that's going to be a barrier.
Great, that was my follow-up question, so good, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Chris and colleagues. Just wanted to understand, in terms of constitutional changes, how the city's significance and engagement policy might interface with any constitutional change that might come up in future.
Probably something I might hand over to one of my more learned colleagues. In terms of the answer to a question last night, made the point that all decisions have to be considered in relation to significance, but it would be any decisions that the council made in terms of that would have to be considered in the light of obligations around that. But maybe Desiree might want to make a comment.
Yeah, my understanding is that the water entity will also have its own significance and engagement policy, so there will be two that we'll be needing to consider, and it would definitely be triggered in terms of our decision making here, I think.
As our policy is currently written, it would trigger a community consultation.
Changes later? Are you talking about once we've adopted? Yeah, I would think so.
I think it would depend on the nature of the change.
Depending on what we do.
And again, it's because the councils are the ones making the decision. It's the council's significant engagement policy that you'd have to consider because you're making that decision. And I think, look, there could be relatively trivial minor changes which just enable something that everyone thinks is sensible to happen, and it doesn't have a lot of consequence. Maybe that doesn't trigger the policy, but other things, for instance, and at the other end of the scale, we've talked about issues around entry and exit into the partnership or the company, and that automatically has to. But even that aside, I'm pretty sure that would trigger something.
Thanks. And for the treasured example of dividends, would that be likely to trigger it or not?
I'm not sure. I think we'd have to think about it. It seems pretty significant, but I couldn't really comment. I think you'd have to go through the process of assessing that.
All right, thank you.
Councillor McLeod, you've popped back in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry to pop back in. Chris, just want to get some more clarification just for the layperson watching this meeting, for example, who doesn't understand stuff around local pricing. In 4.12, you talked about that there will be price harmonization within each council area. What does that mean for the layperson?
Thank you. That's a good question. So you may recall we were thinking about price harmonisation some time ago, and what that basically means is that you end up having one consistent price or pricing approach across the entire for all customers in the area. So that would mean, let's say, if Palmerston North price was $10 and someone else's was $7, you'd want to move it so that the prices were consistent. When we're talking about price harmonisation within a region, what we're saying is that, and it's effectively how we have it today, even though there's some changes with depending on your zoning and what have you, but you have one price mechanism for Palmerston North, one price mechanism for Horowhenua, and one price mechanism for Rangitikei. So, and I think it's been a particular point for I think at least Rangitikei, where they were very keen that because they had a lot of disparate communities where you could imagine you could have a different price depending on whether you're in Taihape or Hunterville, and they wanted to make sure that there was a harmonised price within that region. So for Palmerston North City, I don't think it has a lot of consequence because we would do that anyway. But for some of those other communities, you know, you'd want to clarify that that's the intent.
I was actually going to ask about the consequences. Thank you for that. My second question is around iwi or mana whenua involvement. I understand that under various local government legislations that we are to consider mana whenua views, but under this new under legislations surrounding this new entity, there's no obligations, and well, we're not affected by this. Suppose that recommendation 5 does not go through today. What are the ramifications?
So option 5 is relating to the establishment of the joint committee. I think it goes back to my answer before. The key thing about signing or agreeing to the approval of the documents today, this 5 is as critical as well, because this is the key thing that's the sort of piece in the puzzle that we need to be able to appoint the board. So if we don't do the, you know, so even if you signed the other, if you agreed to the approval of the 2 documents, but decided you didn't want to approve the establishment of the joint committee, we're basically back with having to go through some process around working that through. The challenge would be, it's because I would say, well, why wouldn't you approve the establishment of the joint committee? If it is because you don't like the way it's made up, we're back to changing the shareholder agreement. We'd have to go back, renegotiate it with the other councils and go through a process of agreeing to the documents and what have you. So it's sort of it's in the same, it's in that same basket.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Councillor Kuru.
Kia ora, Chris. Mine's got to follow on from Councillor Barrett and the question last night. So I do have a concern, or my main concerns around any ability to privatise anything. So making sure our assets stay public. But what I'm wanting to know is if, so we're putting a lot of weight on what the Local Government Act is saying. So you're saying it's, you know, the Constitution's tied up by what's in the LGA. So at the moment we have, you know, say we have a change in government, or the government continues to go the way they're going with just overturning things with urgency. Does that then make our Constitution, how does the Constitution stand with legislation change?
So that's a really good question. I would say probably irrelevant. So at the end of the day, if a future government came in and decided to change things, then we have to follow whatever the new legislation is. If a new government came in and decided to disband the water entities, then we would be doing it. If a new government came in and said, you know, we think these should be sold to private entities, I'd say that, you know, good luck with that. But, you know, so there's, what we have done, particularly in relation to dividends, is we've gone as absolutely as far as we can go in terms of putting barriers in place to make that change. We cannot guard against what a future council would do. We cannot guard against what a future government would do. So in relation to the dividend point, you know, for instance, the only other thing we could do above what we've put in here as well is to canvass the government to make a change, to make it illegal. Now, that was on the cards, and it was considered as part of when the policy for local water done well, and there was a deliberate decision not to prohibit dividends. The thinking at the time was that it would actually provide an incentive for these entities to be efficient and potentially be able to return some money to its shareholders to, you know, to do other things with. So that was the thinking. But as we've discussed, you know, it's a long way before we have to worry about that. So I guess what I could say is there is very little we can do to guard. Well, there is zero we can do against guarding against a change of, you know, government position. And if they change the laws, then we're duty bound to follow them.
Thank you.
So yeah.
Thank you. Just one final question from me, which Councillor Mickelard brought up. Just in terms of mana whenua, is there not an obligation under the Local Government Act, I think it's sections 2 and 6, that there must be some meaningful and genuine engagement with mana whenua?
That is correct, yes. So that's the...
so we're not silent on, we don't have to do anything?
No. So I guess it's, again, it becomes the difference between the entity itself as an entity and council as the shareholders, and certainly council as a shareholder has that obligation. So what we can do is, and that comes down to the councils and the formation of the shareholder committee as a joint committee, and I think we then have an obligation in relation to you know, that part of the Local Government Act to think about that in the formation of that committee. Doesn't necessarily float. So for the board of the entity itself may have a different set of obligations, and the only thing that was really put in the Local Government Water Services Act was in relation to complying with treaty settlement obligations.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, thank you. Colleagues, we have seven recommendations there, and I'll work through them. Recommendation to Council number 1, that the report Local Water Done Well, Constitution and Shareholders Agreement for the Joint Water Services, CCO, known as Central Districts Water, be received. 2, that Council as a shareholder of Central Districts Water approve the attached constitution for CD Water and delegate to the Chief Executive to sign documents required to approve the constitution on behalf of the City Council. 3, that Council as shareholder of CD Water approve the attached shareholders agreement for CD Water and delegate to the Chief Executive to sign the shareholders agreement on behalf of the City Council. 4, that Council delegate to the CE the ability to agree any minor non-material amendments to the Constitution and Shareholders Agreement prior to final approval, and to report back to Council on any changes made under this delegation. 5, that Council approve the establishment of a joint committee made up of representatives of shareholding councils and mana whenua partners, and endorse the terms of reference included in Schedule 3 of the Shareholders Agreement. 6, the Council note as the next step in establishing Central Districts Water as a Joint Water Services CCO, that it will be required to appoint its representatives to the Shareholders Committee and delegate the power to make decisions recorded in Section 2 and 3 of the Shareholders Agreement. Number 7, that the Council delegate to the Chief Executive the authority to sign documentation on behalf of Council to complete the incorporation and registrations of Central Districts Water with the Companies Office and all related formalities. I'm happy to move all 7, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Look, colleagues, thank you. We're coming to quite a critical point now, and I appreciate with some of the commentary that there is a little bit of cold feet around some of the steps that we have to undertake. But look, the 2 of them that I can gather, because we have made a number of decisions to get to this place, is 1, the setting of expectations, or how that is made up from this council. And the officers, and especially Chris, outlined that the power does sit within the councils, and I just want to acknowledge we've got Rangitake in the chamber, and also Hora Whenua I know are online, so acknowledging our partners, because there is partners in this. The second thing was around reporting to this chamber, and look, we can put as many stringent guidelines on that. It could be minutes of each meeting comes back, and currently the organising group that is established does send everything back to elected members, and that could continue right through the process. And there could even be a quarterly report initially for the first couple of years to make sure that the organisation's bedded in, and elected members feel we're getting our fair say in what is happening in the entity. Please don't go down a hole where we're going to relitigate all of this. I think that would be an absolute tragedy in decision making. And I appreciate that there is some nervousness about taking that next step, but I just caution you, please, we've got to take the next step. Our relationship with mana whenua, number 5, again, under the Act, which does guide everything that we do, the Local Government Act, we must give some decision-making acknowledgement to our partner and rangitane in this space. If we don't and shut them out, I just think that, one, that's not a great look. It's not the right thing to do, and you'll be in court. Absolutely, you'll be in court. So please make the right decisions. It is the next step. I appreciate that it is a step slightly into the unknown, but I'm actually personally quite excited about where we can go with waters, how we can keep costs affordable for everybody, but also improve what we've got around us and the wider region around us. So please, like your support on this. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to start by dispelling the fantasy that a single council CCO would be more affordable for our community. It is an absolute fantasy. I go back to the report that we received on 5th December last year, 8.16, regarding a single council CCO. This option is likely to benefit from not being too complex in terms of governance arrangements, but it is also likely to struggle to gain operational efficiencies due to not having scale. This option also does not meet financing sufficiency requirements and therefore is not viable. An in-house business unit. This option scored very low in financial criteria theme. This is primarily due to it being the least affordable out of all options in terms of cost of water services and the combined costs of rates and water services. The reason that for the first few years a single council CCO looks more affordable is because we haven't borrowed the money to build the new wastewater treatment plant. And if you compared the first 10 years of a single council CCO once we started borrowing that money versus the first 10 years of a multi-council CCO once we started borrowing that money, it would be very clear to all of us that that is the case. The reason that MDC can afford to do it is because they don't have $300 to $500 million of wastewater treatment plants coming down the pipeline. If I was an MDC councillor and I'd seen the financials I'd seen, I probably would have voted to have a single council business unit as well. But that is not the situation our council is in. And the key benefit of these CCOs, the key legislative change that the government made to encourage councils to do this, is to make it easier and more affordable to borrow more money to invest in water services. So it is, in my opinion, a bizarre argument to make to say, well, before we have to borrow all the money, it's cheaper. Because of course it is. But because that's not what this program of work is trying to achieve. This program of work is trying to achieve, once you have to invest, once you have to borrow the money, that's where you see the benefits of the entity. And that is what all of our modelling has shown. And I do not think we can look at this at a 10-year purview. We have to look at this with a 30 to 100-year purview. And that is what the evidence has shown us clearly. Look, I agree, we should have consulted on a CCI. I recall Councillor Barrett and myself put that motion up, and it is a shame we didn't. I would have liked to see the community consult on that. I would have liked to see all the modelling showing that. We didn't. That's life. That was over a year ago. We've now had a water services delivery plan approved by the government. We cannot cling to this idea that somehow, despite the fact that all of the evidence shows it's not the case, if we'd just gone on our own, it would be better. It's not true. I appreciate that technically, for the first 5 to 10 years, it might be, but in totality, it is not. I'll leave it there. But, actually, I won't quite leave it there. Apologies. Look, I'm not saying I'm happy with everything in here. You all know my concerns around the statement of expectation, and I'm very clear that when it comes to delegations to council, at least for the first couple of years, I want to see those statement of intents coming back to the council chamber. I'm not comfortable just to give it to a shareholder committee and say, have at it. I think we still have a duty of responsibility to our community, at the very least, while this is getting set up and while we're getting an understanding of what it all looks like, to keep a relatively tight leash on what that looks like. I'm not comfortable, really, with what's being proposed with the shareholding committee. And so, you know, I'm going to listen to the debate and see where I come to. But I'm not saying I don't have any concerns, but I am saying we have to move ahead with this direction of travel. There is not a viable option just to say, oh, let's go back to the past and, you know, tear everything up and start again. I don't think that's a viable solution. We can have debates around exactly what it looks like, but I don't think the debate is around whether we should or shouldn't be doing this.
Councillor Bellin.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just firstly want to acknowledge Chris and Julie and Mike and your team, because this has been an absolutely massive undertaking and we've thrown a lot at you, and I think you've borne our discomfort and our challenges exceptionally well. So thank you for that. From my perspective, the bulk of the thing is done, and at this stage we have done everything we can to shape this within the limited options that we've got, while still being compliant with the reform in all its glory. I will always remember 2025 as the year water lived rent-free in my mind, non-stop. I am reassured, though, that we will have full discretion as to how and when we will get report backs from our delegates to the shareholder committee, and presumably the degree to which we can feed back to them. That does provide me with some comfort. You'll know I have consistently voted against this direction of travel, and I've freely expressed my reservations and occasionally been a wee bit stroppy, so you'll all be familiar with my views. So today I will surprise Chris, and I'm going to vote for the recommendations before us so that we can establish and we can crack on with finding the best possible directors to lead out this critical service for our residents. I think flip-flopping at this stage and throwing the baby out with the bathwater would be detrimental, unwise and expensive. The most important thing now is to get the best directors we can locked in, because they are the ones who are going to take this forward and shape it further for our community. It is imperative that we recruit skilled and qualified, experienced directors as soon as we can, knowing there will be stiff competition in the market as all the other entities are seeking to do the same. To my mind, that is the next biggest challenge, and let's just crack on with it. Thanks.
Councillor Johnson.
Well, I find myself again in a position of agreeing wholeheartedly with Councillor Wood. Well, it always gives me pause for a second thought, but nevertheless, it is the case. We have been through a process that has been largely dictated to us by government. There hasn't been a lot of wriggle room. There hasn't been a lot of opportunity for us to put our own spin on things. And I've said before, you know, the deck was stacked. Financially, we had much better borrowing options if we went into a multi-council CCO. We were also, and still are, in the position of needing to fund a wastewater plan. So we've been constrained in what we could do by government. We've also been constrained by our own circumstances as a council. But nevertheless, every time a decision point has come up, we've had the information, whatever information was available. I grant you we haven't always had as much as we would have liked, but we've had the information, we've had the debate around the table, we've voted, and we've made a decision. And I'm very uncomfortable now to hear the thoughts that seem to be emerging that we might be relitigating some of those decisions that we took a year, 2 years ago. As far as I'm concerned, the arguments were made by some elected members in favour of an in-house model or a single council CCO, but they were not supported by the majority. And I would hate to see us going back at this point and reconsidering everything, because the consequences of that would be quite severe. It would most likely result in a commissioner being appointed, and our ability to influence our own water services would be zero. So I really would caution elected members. I understand that some of you are feeling uncomfortable, and I'm not 100% happy, and I've expressed that in the past. I don't think any of us are 100% happy, but we are responding to government direction, government legislation, and doing the best we can within that for our own communities. We've gone all along the way, and I think at this point, to vote against one or all of these would be to jeopardise the agreement that we have with our partner councils, and to jeopardise our own ability to influence our own water services. So I would counsel you not to do that, to have the ability to, you know, we've all had to swallow a few dead rats in this process, okay? Have the ability to stick with the decisions that the council has made by majority and support going forward with this, so that actually our community can have what will in the end be a more cost-effective water services model. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I'd just like to express a really big thanks to all the officers who have put a tremendous amount of work into this. Whilst I don't necessarily agree with everything that Councillor Wood has articulated, that was a discussion and a decision for last December, and I made my my view of that very clear at the time, and I stand by that, and am also continue to be confident that I'm not convinced that this is the best option for our community. Today's decision takes us past, it feels to me that it takes us past the point of no return. Perhaps for many of you, you feel like we're already past the point of no return. But my view is that we're elected to represent what we believe are in the best interests of our community, not just to be dictated to by government. So we still have some decisions that we can make within the framework to influence that. The reservations I had back in December when I voted against going this next step have only really been strengthened through reading through the material, in terms of not feeling confident that it's the best financially for our community. The lack of control or influence has only been strengthened by what I have read, and also I do have a strong discomfort with the level of shareholder influence that we have, just having 2 or 3 seats at the table of 9 when we are 63 or 65% representation there. So there's some definite aspects to what we've got in front of us today that I feel quite uncomfortable with. So for that reason, I will be supporting the majority. I'll be supporting the recommendations 1, 2, 4, 6 and 7, but I at this point cannot support recommendations 3 or 5 for those reasons.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will be supporting all of the recommendations, and really just wanted to speak to say thank you, as others have said, to Chris and the team for this huge amount of work and the ongoing work that is to come rapidly over the next few months. I also wanted to thank the elected members who, particularly over the last triennium, worked in this steering group space to really get, as Councillor Bellin said, Waters has lived rent-free in her head, to really have that deep dive understanding of the options and challenges in front of us. That was really a huge piece of work that colleagues took on our behalf, and I'm grateful for that. It just felt like such a huge journey over the different governments, different terms of council, and the conversation has meandered its way, maybe a little bit like a awa, to bring us to where we are today. I think back to the conversation when we were thinking about which councils we might get into bed with, and there was some hilarity around that at the time as we thought about hitting the dating market, looking for people who wanted to slide into our DMs. But we find ourselves today here on the brink of what I hope to be a very successful throuple. Grateful to partner councils who've engaged in that space with us, who've committed to going on this journey alongside us, bearing in mind those difficult conversations, as council colleagues have alluded to, about how that partnership works fairly and effectively, how we don't get to just muscle our way in and make all the decisions, that this has to work collaboratively, and in order to do that, a joint and equal partnership is what's really important. So I look forward to seeing the success of this CCO and feel absolutely convinced that, as the officer said, if we can't make a success of this, then the only way is bigger, not smaller.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too am stuck on points 3 and 5. I appreciate the work that the officers put into this, and what is a pretty challenging environment with government directive and what have you. But I just can't move past the fact that we're a 65% shareholder with equal voting rights with a 10% shareholder on a shareholder committee. And for that reason, I'll be voting against points 3 and 5, but I am happy to support the other ones. Thank you.
Councillor Mickelard, you've sneaked in. I was just about to close.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just to add my voice today to the conversation. I mean, while I've supported local water done well, and I've got no issue supporting local water done well because I've been a very proponent, I've supported of it. Due to the economic of scale that it's providing to the community and also the benefits that it stands to actually provide to the community, or the savings that we're going to make into the future. But what I don't agree with is the structure of the shareholding committee, or the structure of the CCO as it stands. Personally, by the way, I want to thank the officers for the work that they've done on this. I know it's been a difficult journey to get to this point. But the thing that I wanted to actually talk about is around the structure of the committee itself. Given that we make up about 64% of the water connections around this, in this thing, and also we have 63% of the population, and 63% of net asset value, and we only get three members represented on the shareholding committee, which is not proportional. And I understand from the answers that have been given to the officers that many of the conversations that have taken hold around the country surrounding these have been that people have gone into this as a one vote per council. But I struggle to really accept the proposal before us because of the lack of proportionality going into this. So for that reason, I'm prepared to support most of it, but I won't be supporting 3 and 5. And I see that officers have already made a division on those. But I just want to thank the officers for the work that they've done and to get us to this point. And I know it's been a very difficult environment to kind of work in. And this has largely felt like, taking an aircraft and at the same time fixing it while it's flying, with a lack of direction coming from central government as we went through these reforms. But on the basis of the lack of representation for our councils, given that we have, I don't feel like 3 members gives us, or gives our community, adequate representation as shareholder on the shareholder committee, given our population base and also the net asset value that we have as a city. So on the basis of proportionality, I'll be voting against this. But I'll be in favour of most of it except for 3 and 5. Thank you.
Councillor Kuru.
This has been quite a difficult process for myself because I've come at the end of it. So for me, it's really having trust in the people before me that they have guided the way and asked the correct questions along the way. And I do have to have some faith that they have done that. So I'm going to be voting with that thought in mind. In terms of 3 and 5, I think this really comes down to a value system. And for me, there would be, in any partnership, you've got to have trust in the people that you're working with. So if we had decided along that process to partner with 2 other councils, that they would make decisions in the best of everybody involved, would be my thoughts in actually supporting that. So while I absolutely understand what my colleagues are saying about the proportional attribution, I understand that because that makes complete sense to me in terms of my logical brain, that we would have more say because we are bigger, but that also goes against everything that this whole process, I suppose, runs with. So I will be supporting 3 and 5. I don't know why we wouldn't have mana whenua representation. It's a legal responsibility. It is a responsibility as people in our community. They are part of our community. They are the foundation of our communities. So I will definitely be supporting that. But yeah, thank you. That's what I have to say. Amihi.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just following on from Councillor Kuru, because I picked up something that was a thread. I think it's a thread, and I think it's a good thing to celebrate. I note that Ngā Tapuwai o Hau is an ohu or a group of iwi of hapu and iwi, and the fact that there's 30 of them in there is quite significant. And of course the fact that they see the awa that flows through here, the Manawatu Awa as being theirs as well, is significant. And the fact that they're prepared to work together is huge. You know, sometimes they might all want to be on there, but they've said, okay, we'll choose, or we'll select, we'll put forward one person from mana whenua from each. That shows a willingness and a desire to make it work for everyone. And I think that that's fantastic. I think in terms of like the treaty partnership, it's clear Māori are partners in governance, not stakeholders to be consulted after the fact. And partnership means shared responsibility and shared authority. To exclude mana whenua, if we weren't going to vote for number 3 on that basis, because I'm not sure where people are with that, would diminish the treaty itself. To include them is to honour our founding covenant and to strengthen the legitimacy of our own governance. Mana whenua bring a worldview grounded in kaitiakitanga, guardianship that looks beyond short-sighted or short-term economics, and I know that none of us here are about that. We want the best for our community, for our country. We want clean air, clean water. We want to be able to look at clean, fresh food, all those other wonderful things, and we want our people to be safe. There are knowledge systems, tikanga and whakapapa ties with regards to water that ensure decisions are made with balance, respect and foresight. And in the era of climate change and resource scarcity, this perspective is not optional, it's essential. So representation is about fairness, and also I like what Councillor Kuru said about the other members, the other councils. It's about inclusive, and this builds trust and ensures that we demonstrate governance is not extractive, but collaborative. It signals to all communities that equity is embedded in our structures, not just in our rhetoric. So colleagues, if you were thinking that number 5 was about mana whenua and should not be included, I want to say that's not the question as to whether they should be involved, but the real question is whether we're prepared to honour our obligations under legislation, to embrace sustainability and build trust with our communities. That answer must be yes. By including mana whenua on water service boards, we uphold the treaty, safeguard our taonga, and create governance that is resilient, fair, and future-focused. Tēnā koutou.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, colleagues. Just a brief comment here, because like some of you, I've had a fair bit of questions and concerns, etc., along the way. And I think just wanted to acknowledge, firstly, the work that officers have done, the responsiveness and at times the patience when things got a little bit frustrated on my end. Where I've gotten to, and especially today, and I really appreciated some of those answers around the significance and engagement policies and how those could interface with some things like the stability of the Constitution and substantial changes to those sorts of things. So, as others have said, I don't believe it's a perfect situation, but I think it is a situation that we can work with. And having spent now far too much time thinking about details of constitutions and shareholders agreements and how many layers of separation there is between community and power, I think we can now start to think again about some of the big picture things around the health of the awa and those sort of things that really are the fundamentals here, and I look forward to that stage of this process.
Councillor Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot to think about, really. So basically, when we look at 3 and 5, I heard some things said, but I don't know that it's so much about mana whenua being a part of it. I think it's more about our percentage. We're 63% share, stakeholders in it, and we don't have that equivalent vote. But I don't see how this whole thing works if we go any other way with it. I just don't see how it works. Sometimes, I mean, I understand what people are saying, and I feel the same way. I feel very strongly that we're putting in the biggest part. We're putting in the bigger deal on it, but we get less say in it. But I just don't see another way around it. I just don't see how, Chris and the officers have worked pretty hard on this one, and I just don't see they've got another solution to this. I don't see another way around it. So, on that note, I'm going to support all of your recommendations.
All right, colleagues, look, I'll just quickly sum up and thank you for, I think just about everybody has spoken, or nearly everybody. Look, the decisions around influence, and I think Councillor Meehan summed it up. We have looked at things. Some of those ships have sailed, well and truly, so some of you are probably going to be left on the wharf, and you've probably have missed your ticket. But I appreciate that, we've had those discussions and they've been well documented. You've got to take a long-term view on this investment in the CCO. It isn't a 5 or 7 year decision. It's a 10, 30, 100-year decision. That's what we're doing. I think back to the 1950s when this council borrowed and invested in a dam. Now, they had some people around the table at that time said, no, we can't do that. It's for the next 2 years or 5 years. We've got debt and everything else. But they did it. And we are the benefactors of that now. In the 1980s, they built a second dam. And they had borrowed and invested. And again, there was some negativity around the table. But we're the benefactors. Our residents are the benefactors of that now. So please, our role is to influence the ongoing operations, and that's what we should be focused on. So please give this into the Central District's water its best possible start. And a full vote, a positive vote in favour, is the best outcome for our residents. The numbers do say that, so maybe I'm reading different reports to some others, but the numbers do say that. If you take a long-term view, if you have a short-term view, there may be a slightly different answer. So please, vote in favour. All vote, please. We're going to separate. So we're going to vote on 3 and 5 first because they influence some of the others. So we're voting on number 3 and number 5 together first. And that has passed 10 votes for and 6 against. All right, we'll now go to 1, 2, 4, 6 and 7. And that has passed 15 votes for and 1 against. All right, we will break now, people, so thank you, and we're back into the chamber at 11:20. Thank you. There's some welcome back, everybody. All right, so what we're going to do, people, is we've got number 10 and 12 that we get through, and then we'll get to the more meaty report around the annual budget. With the annual budget, because we've got 20 things on our agenda, we're going to go 3 for, 3 against around the extra motions or recommendations that have come in, but I'll allow everybody to speak around the substantive. Otherwise, we just won't get through today. So that's the decision of the chair. Look, welcome back, everybody. We're through to number 10 on our order paper, and that's around travel approval for Councillor Dennison to attend the 2026 Taipei Smart City Summit and Expo. And I invite International Relations Manager Gabrielle Loger up, and I think there was David Murphy, if he's there as well. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Gabrielle Loger, Manager for International Relations. Council has received an official invitation from the Taipei Computer Association for Palmerston North to participate in the 2026 Taipei Smart City Summit and Expo, taking place from 17 to 21st of March 2026. This invitation has been circulated with key local partners, including the Business Chamber, Manoa Tech, CEDA, The Factory, Sprout Agritech, Massey Business School, and local businesses to gather expression of interest to attend alongside the Council. We are awaiting responses from them, of course, upon approval for Council to lead the delegation. Participation in the Smart City Summit and Expo aligns strongly with the city's economic development plan and the 24-25 International Relations and Education Annual Plan that was approved and accepted by Council in June this year. Supporting Palmerston North's efforts to promote the city's interest internationally, strengthen global partnerships, and advance opportunities in technology, research, business, and education. In the 2026 event, there would be an opportunity to present on Palmerston North Low Carbon Fund at the Net Zero City Leaders Summit. The Low Carbon Fund is unique because it gives Palmerston North a clear point of difference, showcasing a practical and financially disciplined model for accelerating emissions reduction rather than just presenting technology trends that other cities tend to focus on. It is a proven, scalable approach that delivers measurable results and offers other cities a copyable framework for climate-focused investment, and therefore will reaffirm the leading position of Palmerston North in the climate change action in the world. PNCC has attended this Smart City Summits and Expo 6 times, both online and in person, and the event continues to deliver tangible value. Previous participation has led to strengthened connections in Taipei, including a 3-month fellowship for our climate change and sustainability manager, which has opened further access and opportunities into the latest tech in Silicon Valley. The people capability team who participated last year found it very useful, particularly in exploring how technology can be applied to address challenges in built environment, utilities management, and the energy sector. The Smart Cities work was especially interesting, showcasing how AI contributes to the city development and operational efficiency. And in addition, there was a very good interaction between our startup and innovation sector with the startup and innovation sector in Taipei. And being able to connect with Palmerston North tech leaders in this conference setting helped to further strengthen our local partnerships. With I would also like to bring it up to your attention with the item 2.9, which says that the Finance, Performance and Audit Committee meeting was originally scheduled for the 18th of March, which has now been changed to the 4th of March. Therefore, Councillor Dennison would be still able to attend this committee on the 4th of March and would not be missing any council business. So I'll take the rest of the report as read and happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Gabrielle. So, if I hear correctly, the focus of this Smart City Expo and Summit this time round is digital and green transformation. Is that right?
Through the chair, the Smart City Summit and Expo has quite a few focuses, and every year they will take turn to highlight certain aspects of them. And this 2026 events, they focus on the green and green solutions and digital technology for smart cities.
Okay, so in the light of that, why are we sending the chair of the Finance and Strategy Committee rather than one of the, not myself necessarily, I'm not advocating on behalf of myself, but one of the elected members who has interest and expertise in sustainability and climate change?
Through the chair, I actually didn't really come up with which elected member should be attending this, but I consulted with the mayor and the, so I'll pass that question on.
Can I ask the General Manager to respond to that as well? I'll chip in at the end.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think elected members are, expected to make decisions on behalf of the city. Certainly the digital AI, sustainability, climate change is a broad function. So obviously there's a leadership there from your office too in terms of who is representing the council at such forum.
Yeah, and like if I could just chip in, it was a call of mine to look to a senior member of council that would be able to conduct themselves in international space as well. They'd have to present to a much wider cross section of people than there is here now. So that's the call that I've made. If council doesn't like it, I suppose you can put up something else, I mean, it's the call I've made in terms of who was around the table, who could present, and who would mesh with officers in that space. You're right, Councillor, there's a number of people around the table that could do that as well. It's just not green, though. It's a whole lot of finance and economic opportunities as well.
Okay, I'll leave it there, thank you.
Councillor Zabellin.
Thank you. I had a similar question. I wanted to know who would be delivering the presentation on the low carbon fund. Is that going to be Councillor Dennison or a member of the delegation?
Thank you for the question through the chair. At the moment, we are only looking at whether or not we, as council, would be leading this delegation. Whether or not a staff member would be selected to go on this delegation, that would be a decision that lies with the Chief Executive. But if we are going, then the presentation on the low carbon fund would be a combination of work with the climate change and sustainability manager. So that's on the content, and we still haven't got a decision who would be delivering that presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question about the eligibility category. Gabrielle, it says in the supplementary information, the delegation leader should be a mayor, deputy mayor, or a high-ranking official from central government. So, do they not mean central government? Councillor Denison doesn't seem to fall within the eligibility criteria on my read of it.
Yes, through the chair, the criteria of the VIP package is quite generalized so that the organizer can send it through to multiple people that they inviting. But in the specific case of Palmerston North, which we have been working with the organizers for 6 years now, they specifically invited the mayor.
Yes.
And the mayor can delegate his representation to other elected members. And that would be the leader of the delegation, and we would still be able to secure the VIP package offers.
Okay, I'll have to take your word for that because that's not what the papers say, but thank you for clarifying.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. At a recent Zone 3 dinner, we had a speaker who highlighted the need for us doing a really thorough risk assessment before engaging in any sort of international activity, particularly around if there's any information sharing. And just wondering if there's been a risk assessment done on this particular visit.
The short answer is yes. So everything that we do within the international sphere, we have to go run through a risk assessment. That would explain why there is a thorough assessment process that we go through with every invitation, every request for information from international partners. We also work very closely with the central government agencies, including SIS and MFET, to go through any risk, or even though sometimes it might not be identified as a risk, but just something that doesn't quite feel right, we also double check with them. There is also a informal sort of intelligence community within the local diplomacy or subnational diplomacy network throughout the world that we can compare notes with and benchmark our best practices.
Thank you. And so that risk assessment, is that just an internal thing, or how would we be aware of whether that's done? Is it, I couldn't see it included in the paper.
It is conducted internally before we present any invitations through.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, sir. We've got the cost down as possibly $500 for Councillor Denison. What's the total cost going to be to the council if others are attending, please?
Through this chair, the VIP package offers gives the leader of the delegation pretty much a total expenses paid package. So that includes the international airfares, the accommodation, and the local transportation in Taipei. So that's why the estimated cost for Councillor Denison or any elected member who would lead the delegation would be up to $500. In this case, we have not seen that exceeded in the last 6 times participated in this event. If any other members of council staff or other elected members who would like to become a delegate on this, then the cost to us would be the international airfares, but accommodation and local transportation will be covered.
How many council employees are going?
At the moment, none. We are awaiting to see whether or not there is a leader for the delegation from elected members first, and then the decision of staff participation will be with the chief executive.
Thank you. What tangible outcomes have we seen of the 5 or 6 years of participation of this event to the city? Has there been any tangible outcomes?
Yes, so as I just mentioned, we have got a 3-month fellowship. So that's a full scholarship for our climate change and sustainability manager to be in Taipei and work on the opportunities. And I have Adam here who can delve into a little more details of his fellowship if you are interested in those details. We also got the businesses who participated in the last couple of events, who came back with connections for their businesses and startups. And there has been, I understand, discussion around investment in the tech sector into Palmerston North, although where that conversation has led to is beyond my knowledge. There has also been connections in terms of research and urban development design. But once again, we make the connection, and then where the conversations lead to, that's where we are not too sure until there is a final.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Thank you.
Perhaps if I could just add, because I was on the tail end, and it's a good question, Councillor Arnott. TCA, which is it's an unusual and old name, the Taipei Computer Association, actually have visited the city, and they met with the factory and the investment arm of MIG, which is the Manawatu Investment Group. There has been conversations also with the Taipei tech startup and the factory and the food HQ. Where that's all got to, though, that's sort of where council sort of passes it on to the other groups. I do know there was some NDA activity around a pharmaceutical and tech company coming to New Zealand as well, but again, I just don't know where that's landed. We probably would, if it had landed, we probably would hear about it, but certainly you've got the conversation started. Councillor Barrett.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Just wanted to understand if it's been a deliberate decision to move it away from a mayoral level delegation to a councillor level delegation.
Through the chair, I don't believe that was a deliberate decision, rather than the availability of the mayor and the timing of the event. It is a great opportunity with very minimum cost. So if we can, I think as the City Council, to lead the delegation and open up these opportunities for local businesses and leaders. It doesn't always have to be the mayor who lead the delegation, but anybody who we can appoint to represent the city, that would be great for us.
Thanks. And in your reply to Councillor Bowen, you indicated there's an amount of an interpretation that could go into that invite in terms of who was within scope. Does it even need to be an elected member, or could it just be somebody with standing in the community, or a prominent business person, et cetera, could lead that?
Through the chair, ideally, they would prefer it to be either the mayor or the deputy mayor. We have been a regular participant of this particular event and have since then built up a very good relationship with them. So that's where other elected members can be appointed to represent on behalf of the mayor or the deputy mayor. We have not ventured out to see their appetite for other local community leader to lead the delegation, but that would be another conversation with the organizer altogether.
Great, thank you. And in terms of that relationship that has built up with annual attendance, if we were to decide that an every other year tempo was more appropriate than an every year kind of tempo, what would be the effect on that relationship?
Through the chair, I think that relationship doesn't really work on, we've been friends for 6 years, so now we're not going to visit you every year, but every second year. That's going to be affecting the quality of the relationship, because we don't just wait for every March to talk with our partner there. I think what we would be considering in this case is what we as the city be missing out on this opportunity. As the report stated, it is very minimal cost for us, and it opens up opportunities for the communities. If the communities would like that opportunity, then they would show us in the expression of interest to participate. If for some reason we don't have any community interest in participating, then we can't really force a delegation to go.
Thanks. Yeah, so if we decline this year, would we ever get another invite?
I'm pretty confident that we would be able to secure the 2027 event invite. Beyond that it's beyond my forecast.
Great, thanks for those answers. Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Tēnā koe, Gabriel. I take it under 1.2, you've mentioned that the purpose of the trip is to connect with local business leaders within the delegation. So I'm just checking, we would offer this opportunity to some members of our local business within Palmerston North City?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, through the chair, we do circulate the invitation and the information to our key local partners. So as I stated before, we have sent it to Manawatu Business Chamber, Manawa Tech, CEDA, The Factory, Massey School of Business, Sprout Agritech, and other local businesses that we have contact with and deem to be relevant to gather expression of interest. Usually we don't hear from them until Council has approved the leadership of the delegation, and given that it's very close to Christmas time, we tend to hear from them after businesses resume in January.
Would it be correct in saying that a business from Palmerston North, if they took up that offer to go and be part of the delegation, that would give them more status over in Taipei in the conference, if they were part of a local council business delegation?
Yes, absolutely. And we have the case of Precycle, a local business that participated in the the 2025 Smart Cities Summit and Expo. And Precycle is a local business and a local startup for that matter. If they had gone to Taipei by themselves, they wouldn't have had the level of access to the information and knowledge that they got, and they also got into rather high level of meetings and connections with New Zealand Trend Enterprise in Taipei. So from the feedback that I heard back from Nelson Harbour, Precycle CEO and founder, it was a great benefit to his company, and he's got a lot of connections out of it.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Thank you, Your Worship.
All right, thank you, Gabrielle. That's the questions done. So, colleagues, we have a recommendation there that Council grant approval to Councillor Denison to travel to Taipei 17th to the 20th March 2026 to lead a small delegation attending the 26th Taipei Smart City Summit and Expo. I'm happy to move that. I have a seconder. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, just colleagues, a couple of things, because I've sort of been in this space. I'm not travelling and possibly, well, definitely won't be in this next financial year. So, and my rationale was to sort of share some of the opportunities. This doesn't cost us anything. It's really a continuation of some of the work or the groundwork that's been done. Just to give you an idea, Asia is really important to us and our city. Taiwan is our 7th ranked trading partner, and year on year tech is expanding hugely. It's actually a safe country to travel to, or deemed a safe country to travel to. and senior councillors have been there before from Christchurch, Rotorua, Auckland and Wellington especially, because the mayor hasn't travelled to this conference, but they deem it important for them, for their communities. Where we have some advantages is TCA, and the Deputy Chair is Dennis Wu, and he's been to Palmerston North at least once, I think twice actually, and those conversations with those startup organisations, it's really the Nick Gaines and the Mark Cleavers and the Professor Stephen Kellys that have these conversations, and we are the enabler. In Asia, it's really important that an elected member is there. Ultimately, the mayor or senior councillor, deputy mayor is as Gabrielle said, does get the door open. It's then up to the businesses, the organisations to put their foot forward. Where we have got some direct benefits is where the officers have actually been able to look at different opportunities. For instance, AI and traffic transport solutions, I know was a thing that was on the drawing board with our officers, and Adam was there for 3 months and actually worked in the planning department there as well. So opportunities there. It doesn't actually cost the governance arm pretty well anything. So if it did cost, I could understand why you may be wanting to perhaps revisit this at a different time. But and look, again, around my focus was on economics and finance, so that's why I put Councillor Dennis's name forward. So again, there's opportunities, and I want to share those as well. So I'll leave it at that. Any other comments? Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to speak to the recommendation before us. Look, I'm going to make a disclaimer. I have got no interest in wanting to travel to Taipei for the smart city. So that's a disclaimer. So don't take my comments as something or being of being envious of Councillor Dennison going to Taipei or anything. But my comment is largely around, while I understand that this is an opportunity for the city, but this opportunity is very minimal. While I understand that, this is an opportunity for the city with very minimal cost, I simply do not believe, reading this document and looking at the criteria of who should attend or should not attend, that Councillor Dennison meets the requirement or criteria for attending this event. The invitation clearly states that it's largely open to the mayor and the deputy mayor. I'm of the view that if the mayor cannot make it or the deputy cannot make it, then we shouldn't go to it. And I understand that, there are opportunities for us. And $500 is a very minimal amount. But the benefit or the return to the city is very minimal, aside from the fact that we have a staff who probably gains a scholarship from this, but the same staff who previously have attended these events for the past 6 years. In fact, for the last 5 years, almost 5 years that I've been on the council, we've been going to this conference. And the benefits have been very minimal. So I'm of the view, and I know this is surprising, because I've got a background in international relations. It might be, surprising for some of you around the table to hear that I'm opposing this. But I do not believe that the benefits to the city is, that the benefits to the city is very, very large. And it's very minimal in terms of the return on the city. And this is not to say that we shouldn't explore opportunities to attend events internationally and the likes and that sort of thing, but the return on investment here is very small. And for that purpose, I'll be voting against this recommendation. Thank you.
I just want to correct one of the comments there. We haven't attended this conference for the last 6 years in person, so just want to put that out there. Are there any other speakers? Okay. All right, just want to sum up. Look, I just want to put the record straight. We haven't been for the last 6 years or 5 years in person. I've done a number of these online. Councillor John Watson joined us from Auckland City last year. Councillor Nicola Young joined us from Wellington City. Councillor Fisher-Wolf joined us from Rotorua City. So just want to put the record straight there, Councillor, that there have been many other councillors at these sort of events. I mean, you can either look a gift horse in the mouth or not. So I'll just leave it at that. It doesn't cost us anything. I hope you just would see that there are some benefits in sharing this around. The councillor I've selected does carry out some strategy and policy settings as well. So, I mean, if you don't like my choice, then it's up to you. But I think we should be going to continue the conversation. We've got a new Vice-Chancellor starting at Massey University. We've got a new CE at UCOL. That's just the education side. I think we should be going and supporting it, especially as it doesn't cost us anything. So hope you can see that we should be doing it. We will vote. Thank you. That has passed 11 votes for and 4 against. All right, we move through to number 12, which is the council work schedule. We'll just get that out of the way because it's important for the coming year. That's on page 293 of our papers. And I'll just, is there anything to be added? I'll just go to the CE. No, he's giving me the no. So, colleagues, that's looking forward to the 11th of February, which is coming at us pretty quickly, and thereafter the 25th of Feb, 25th of March, and so on. So, are there any questions to that work schedule? Councillor Johnson.
Just the scheduling of the future development strategy for adoption on the 3rd of June. Are we planning that we would be consulting at the same time as we'd be consulting on the annual budget and holding hearings at the same time? Because if we are, I thought we decided that that wasn't a good idea after the last time.
Yeah, good, very good point. And I'll ask the planning GM to speak to that. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Last time it was done alongside the LTP, so a similar special consultative process to the annual budget. One of the technically the legislation requires us to complete the future development strategy prior to the LTP. So last time we ran it concurrently. So the time frame has been developed based on ensuring that the FDS is finished to inform asset management planning, budgets, those sorts of things. There's probably some flex in there, I think, to push the FDS out a little bit to make sure that it's completed by the time we're making those key decisions on the LTP. So we can go back and have a look at that if it's the consultation's a little bit after the annual budget. But we'd still want it, as I said, we still have to complete it prior to the LTP.
Thank you. I mean, I have got a comment. I'll wait until we get into comment if you like.
Okay, no further questions. So, look, we've got the recommendation, colleagues. I'll move it. That's very quick. And seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that we receive the work schedule dated today, 10th of December 2025. Look, I appreciate what Councillor Johnson's saying. It is that future development is, although we did some really, really good work in the last term, and we probably will be doing more of a light touch, there'll be an aspect of what comes down the line at us with this RMA. So I would prefer it separated because it's just going to get so messy and mixed up. And I suppose in some ways we don't want to be the fall guy for some Wellington decisions as well. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yep, just relating to that future development strategy timing, if it could be separated in time from the consultation and the hearings on the annual plan, I think that would be a benefit. And certainly when we did the debrief after the first one of these last time round, that was our strong recommendation as a panel, because people got quite confused between issues that were to be discussed and decided on in the future development strategy and issues that were coming up in the long-term plan. And having two consultations open at similar times with 2 lots of hearings and then 2 lots of decision-making and deliberations was a huge workload for those elected members that were involved in it. Councillor Hapter isn't here at the moment, but I'm sure she would agree with me. So I would really appreciate if some thought could be given to pushing that back even a couple of months, if that's a possibility, so that it's clear in the minds of the public that this is a separate piece of work, and also just for workload management for elected members would be appreciated. Thank you.
Very much ditto to your comments, Councillor. I was on that, well, I chaired it, on that group with you, and there was some, I suppose, confusion about what was going on, and some people thought they'd presented to us and they presented to the annual plan, and vice versa. And they are quite separate conversations. One has got a much, much longer view, and with everything that's coming down the line from Wellington, I think we do need to separate them. So my advice to the CE is that let's have a look at the diary, the calendar, even if we have to push things a little bit, and as the councillor said, separate them, certainly give them at least a different time frame. Okay, with that in mind, we will vote, please. That's passed 16 votes for, none against. Thank you. Okay. We'll now move into number 11, and that's our annual budget for 26-27. And I'll invite Scott Manser up, thank you, and Cam, along with Steve Patterson's in the background there too, if needed. So, over to you, Scott and Cameron.
Thank you and good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. Happy to be here today to present to you the first look at the budget for 26-27 for your consideration. So just want to give a bit of an overview of where we are at the moment. Most of it is laid out in your papers, but just thought I'd give you a bit of an overview. So for those who were here through the LTP, you'll recall that year 3 of the long-term plan had a projected rates increase of 8.5% from the current year. The draft that you're looking at today for your consideration has a rates increase at 5%. There are some good reasons for that change, and I'll outline some of them just to give you an overview as to what has changed. So at the broad level, one of the major changes is the LTP had an assumed interest rate assumption of 5%. The current year has an interest rate assumption of 4.4%. We've looked at the latest projections and have revised that interest rate assumption to 4% for budget 26-27. We've looked at, as well, you'll see that the rolling renewals calculation has reduced, and officers have looked at the capital program as a whole, but a couple of components particularly impacting on the rolling renewals calculation. So So today you've had another piece of the puzzle with Central District's water. In the years following this annual plan we are looking at, so years 2 and 3 of the rolling renewals calculation, the three waters actually had quite a step change in renewals upwards. Obviously, you won't be, based on your direction of travel, you won't be actually doing those renewals. They'll be conducted by the new entity. They'll have their own series of funding assumptions and policies, and so it is our view that you wouldn't necessarily fund the uplift, and so therefore maintaining it basically at the status quo level would be sufficient. The other one that we've probably reduced that's had a bit of an impact on there as well. One of the things we've been doing has been looking at things like our fleet utilisation and need for replacement, and looking at that program, we've been able to find and reduce that, and particularly in years 2 and 3 again, which has brought that calculation further down. In terms of the proposed capital program, particularly in the capital new space, new and growth areas, the total program for the long-term plan was for $158 million of capital expenditure for 26-27 in the long-term plan. Officers have done quite a lot of work in this space to review the program in light of deliverability mainly, and put forward to you a program that we believe is more deliverable than what the long-term plan had for years 26-27. So that's brought that total program from 158 million to 97 million in front of you today. Just one thing I want to highlight. So since the program was developed and at the point of drafting the actual report, we've been in discussions with our external funders, particularly around a potential opportunity around some funding for the MRF upgrade. They haven't made a decision at this point in time, but they are considering a decision, and probably in the early part of 2026, they hope to be in a position to give us a bit more certainty about things, but the discussions have been quite positive to date on that. The risk I highlight to you is if we make the decision to defer that particular project at the moment, that may send a signal to the funder, who's made it clear to us that their funding would require us to do it in the original time frame. So we would need to do some work around what that actually means as well, so we're doing that at the moment, but you may wish to just review that particular item when we come back in February. In terms of operating, so a few things I just want to cover off there. Firstly, as you've aware through the recent quarterly report update, we've been much more favourable with our insurance premiums in recent times, which is actually quite good news because, as you know, insurance premiums have been going the other way quite rapidly. It still has its element of volatility, no doubt, depending on what sort of major events and things impact that sector. But we have reduced the amount of budget for insurance premiums for the year ahead to reflect more closely with where our premiums have actually landed. We've included a program, we've continued the program for transition to CD Water. That's a loan-funded program that would be transferred to them upon their establishment. That's to cover the work required to basically get all the assets and all the various complexities that we need to do for establishing that entity. Our approach is very much in line with the other two councils that are partnering with us in terms of that budget line. How the accounting for that will ultimately be is something we are still working through. There's actually some advice that's coming through DIA and KPMG, I believe, at a sector level, just how to account for transition costs and whether or not they actually feature as part of a item on the balance sheet or through the P&L as we currently have it displayed. We'll explain that to you if we need to change our treatment, but it's quite technical, something councils don't do particularly often, so that's why there's some national advice coming on it. It'll help us and it'll help our auditors when it comes time to actually audit these things. We have, as you'll be aware, the government made some policy changes around KiwiSaver. That's something that we are required to abide by, and so that change is reflected in front of you today. In terms of the overall increases, so the officers have looked at their budgets, and whilst there is a broad line inflation assumption within the budget, officers have looked at it and applied their thinking around whether those inflationary pressures are occurring in all those cases, and made adjustments where necessary. Probably the one area, and I think Scott will talk to it a wee bit, where we're seeing more pressure than others is in our roading space. And finally, from me anyway, for the time being, there is a recommendation for your consideration that's been put to us around the purchase of hydroslide equipment at the Lido. That's not included in the budgets that you have in front of you today. It's for your consideration. But what I would say is, based on the analysis within that, what it's telling you is the revenue that would come from operating the hydroslide more than exceeds the cost of operating the hydroslide, including the additional financing that's required to purchase it at this stage. So if you were to proceed with that, that would reduce your rates increase slightly. You're not talking huge dollars, but that would be the impact of that. I'll just pass on to Scott for any further comment he might have.
Cool, thanks Cam, and a very early afternoon to everyone here today. So yeah, just a couple more things to add to Cam, and he's already started to mention that. As you know, through the various updates, either through the quarterly report or other papers, we have some real pressure on the roading budgets particular. So because of that, we've done a bit of a summary in the main council agenda to show the true increases across all of the roading sub-activities. You'll still find the detail in that detailed appendix there as well. The second one is labour allocations, and I hear the word allocations and everyone's sort of grown at me, but as you'll know, we've continued to develop the budget model as we've moved through the various stages of this LTP, and this year we've actually asked managers to refine the allocations of staff to each activities, which is helping us get a better and more accurate budget. And so we've done that this year, and that has led to some movements across the various sub-activities. I do want to reassure elected members, we have not changed the overhead model that runs over the top of that. It is the labour allocations of the staff sitting within there as well. As usual, we've, at this point of the process, we've attached those detailed budgets as we've done the last couple of years. And as Cam highlighted, there's an opportunity in Appendix 7, and the early attachments will be the ones that get represented in February following today's changes. So those are the public-facing documents that form part of our supporting information as we get there. And with that, happy to take any questions, and if needed, I'll call on some of my many colleagues who are sitting around in the gallery to help us answer them. But back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, number of questions, starting with Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, team, and thank you for not changing the overheads. A couple of questions that hadn't come to mind when I put mine through on Monday. The first one being, there's a number of programs in here that were referred to the annual budget that have now been included in the annual budget. One I proposed to provide support to the PMBHS hockey turf. I recall the wording of that recommendation said to refer it to the budget for consideration. I would have assumed that meant for debate. I'm trying to understand why it's been assumed automatically in. Not that I don't support it, I just want to understand why we'd do that for quite a few of them.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Good question. In terms of they are, I think, if not all of them are items where we've made some investment in the current year, and it's referred to the process for the subsequent years. And in preparing the budgets, they've rolled across because they are in the current year. But take your point that yeah, you could have had them sitting outside and vote them in individually. So yeah.
On page 251, under the operational program title of housing, program 1613, the Kakatangiata District Plan Change, I'm just trying to understand why we've got $261,000 in the budget there, given we've made the call not to progress with the district plan change, and given the government's legislative environment we're in, where we're not allowed to progress plan changes anyway. I'm just trying to understand why there's money in there for that.
I'll just ask the GM planning to respond.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have recently received an exemption from the Minister to proceed with Kakatangiata. The council resolution was to proceed with a district plan change to rezone it as future urban.
So we are allowed to do it now?
Correct.
So noting that there's no money in the budget for the future years, will that be something we'll expect to change, or is it expected to be wrapped up by 26/7?
It's likely to spill over and beyond year 3, and we're having another look at the budgets as part of the next LTP.
Okay. And my last question was just in regard to our roading and footpath budgets. Apologies if this is a rudimentary understanding, but my understanding is in regard to depreciation, that is effectively the cost we attribute to the degradation of the network or loss in asset value. That's not the amount that we actually spend on that asset. And so the theory would be, if we lose $100 in depreciation, you would expect to see an equivalent $100 investment in that space to keep level with the previous year. Is that about right, or have I got that slightly wrong? Theoretically.
That's really, Mr. Mayor, and apologies if I haven't got your question quite right. So in terms of depreciation, the council does not fund depreciation. So depreciation expense is a reflection, as you've pointed out, of the consumption of economical asset benefit over time. And in terms of what it's useful as a proxy for, it gives you a bit of a understanding of where your level of renewal might need to be to ensure that you're keeping your assets at an appropriate condition. So that's basically what that is. Any change to depreciation expense in the council sense doesn't change anything else other than gives us perhaps an idea of whether we're under or over investing in the renewals of the asset.
Thank you, that's very helpful. So on page 214 it outlines our footpath budgets, and a councillor might be remiss for being forgiven for thinking, well, $3 million is a reasonably good investment in footpaths. However, I note of that $3 million, or $3.067 million, 398 of that, so let's call it 400,000, is non-depreciation. The other 2.67 million is depreciation. So am I to read from that we're, approximately $2.2 million behind funding even the depreciation amount for our footpath maintenance?
Through Mr. Mayor, this view through these statements gives you basically a activity profit and loss view. You would need to look at, and I think the other attachments show it. You'd need to look at the total funding for footpaths, which shows the amount of renewal funding, because that would bring in your rolling renewal average. And I don't have the page number in front of me, but but the other statement actually shows you how much you are funding in terms of the asset replacement. That would give you a better proxy as to the total level of investment into footpaths.
Following. Right, I'll have to go look and find that figure. Thank you.
I can bring that one up for you. It's on page 189 of the electronic versions. So we're depreciating 2.6 million of assets each year, and we're funding a touch over $1 million for our capital renewals. And you'll remember the resolution when we reset the transport budgets about council prioritising that footpath renewal program to the tune of about that $1 million.
Okay, Councillor Isabella.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. All right, thank you for the report. I've got a few questions just on the report under the assumptions section. On page 167, there's a note there at 5.8 about some increased costs for the roading subcategories that you talked about, and I was curious as to why berm gardens and garden maintenance is costing so much more. Is that related to labour allocations, or is that something else?
I might defer that one over to our acting GM of infrastructure.
Thank you.
Glenn O'Connor, acting GM Infrastructure Services. It's a reflection of the actual costs of mowing the berms and managing the gardens throughout our city, and captures the reality of where we are today with the increased berms and gardens, as we know exactly what we got and managing them.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. And just a couple of pages over on page 169 at 5.12, it talks about the regulatory activities and fees and the assumptions there. In the previous round, I had a number of questions about whether some of those charges did accurately reflect the cost recovery for some of those things, and I think the answer was that we'd sort of done a blanket inflation adjustment, and I wondered, is there a way that we could take a less blanket approach and maybe be more targeted, take a targeted look at those fees and charges to make sure that maybe some of those things don't need to go up year on year, like the printing of certificates and so on?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things, one of the items that you recall that we weren't able to get to recently was a briefing on fees and charges, particularly in the regulatory space. And this, I think you have a series of detailed information about that in terms of what the cost drivers are for those activities, and therefore how the fees are derived and how they compare to a few sample councils around us. I guess it's the way that I think about this is that the fees should be reflective of the cost of the thing that we are trying to do. And those are certainly the discussions that we have with the officers who are doing the work in that area. But if I guess if there's any particular reflections on a particular charge, we would consider any of that.
Great, thank you. And just our favourite topic of overheads and labour allocations. So I know that there's been a bit of period of change. Can we expect that to settle soon? Like, is that firming up, or is there another layer to come underneath that?
Oh, I'd love to say yes to that. There's this great thing called a water reform that is really going to change how the overheads are done, and that is the next thing to start working on. And I think you asked for a briefing on overheads. We need to do a little bit of work around the water reform and what the organisation is going to look like before we tackle that one with you. However, that is something that's very top of our mind, is the overhead model, our core structure of costs in terms of running council, and then how that's allocated out to the activities. There will be some change as a result of the water reform. Really sorry to say, I'd love to avoid it, but we can't with that one.
Can I just add to that? At the current time, the fundamental drivers, allocation driver hasn't changed. So you can be assured that we're not tinkering with adjusting the drivers at this point in time. Scott is correct in that if the business has a substantial change to it, and because the waters obviously have allocations that go to that area, then we then need to ensure that those drivers are still relevant and fair and reasonable post that change. So you will definitely see some changes as a result of it, but I still think that the fundamental drivers themselves are probably reasonably
The
relevant.
base is good. Great, thank you. Can I ask questions on the attachments, or is that come later? Okay, cool. So in my capacity as Bunnythorpe rep, I do have some questions about the Bunnythorpe items. There's a few items for footpath renewals, stormwater assets improvements, and the Kairanga Bunnythorpe Road sewer and storage upsizing, which have all been proposed to be reduced by some amounts, and in one case to zero. And I appreciate that's 3 different items, but the commentary that's been provided in the attachment doesn't explain the rationale for why that's reduced. It just sort of flags the risk of not funding it. So I just wondered if anyone could talk to that. I unhelpfully don't have the page reference, but I can find it. Yes, it was renewals.
We might have to come back to you on that one.
Okay, I can put that one in writing, if that's right. Okay, I just had a couple of other questions on the inflow and infiltration investigation reduction. And I wondered whether the remaining amount is sufficient. It says it's sufficient to stand up a small team for approximately 6 months, but what is the impact of that beyond 6 months? Are we able to complete the work that needs to be done? Or is that a timing thing in the context of the reform and the
I'll
wastewater
invite
treatment plant?
Mike down to answer that one.
Mr. Waters coming down.
Excuse me, Mike Monaghan, manager for Three Waters. Thank you for the question. I think you kind of answered the question. We would just do less for less budget in that space. We're still working through strategy, so we don't have a fully developed plan, but the reality is with less budget, we could still stand up a small team, but we would just achieve less.
Okay. So that's not going to hinder our progress in any way, since the general flow of things is quite slow.
Yeah, I think that's the answer, is that this will be a long-term beneficial project anyway, so the first couple of years to get up to speed and understand the size of and scope of the work, we wouldn't see too many negatives from reducing next year.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mike. I just had a couple more. One was about on, page 259, there's the program for public toilet renewals and the recreational buildings, sports pavilion and changing rooms, and that's a proposal to defer the refurbishments. And I wondered what the rationale was there, given that we had tried to expedite that program by doing 2 refurbishments per year for 3 years and then doing none for another 3 years. I wondered if we are proposing to look at that again in the new LTP and we don't have any budgeting for the next 3 years for that, what's the impact on that program?
Yeah, I'll pass that one over to Glenn Bunny, our Manager of Property.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Glenn Bunny, Manager of Property. We offered those up as contributing to the overall rates reduction program and setting or proposing next year's budget. They can be brought back in. We have to look at, was it the plan or the offering was to defer for 12 months, but we haven't quite understood why that zeroed out the following years as well. That wasn't the intention.
So we, in the LTP, we made that we would do 2 facilities per year for 3 years. How are we tracking overall? Is this sort of the last one to be done?
We were tracking reasonably well, through you, Mr. Chair. Albert Street public toilet has taken 2 years' budget, so that's the project we're focusing on at the moment. And then the program, as it was forecast, would be picked up subsequent from the next year of funding being available. We have been on track to date, though, if that answers your question.
Okay, cool, thank you. On page 259, the program 213 is cultural facilities renewals, and that's quite a hefty reduction for the next 3 years. I wondered what was the rationale for that and how many buildings are covered under that budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I cannot recall the total amount of buildings off the top of my head that's included in that budget, but the rationale for the proposed reduction is the same intention with regards to reducing the rate increase for next year.
Thank you. Has that budget line
Through
been...
the chair, I'll just make a comment as well. It's not about reducing the rate amount as such. It is about managing a capital works program that we're able to deliver. And that has been one of the main drivers behind it.
Thank you. Has that budget line been fully allocated in the past, or is there insufficient renewals to expire the budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is always more demand for work across that portfolio than the budget allows for on any given year, so we prioritise and work through the required program as funds enable on a yearly basis.
Okay, thank you. That might be all my questions now. Thank you very much.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I also have a raft of questions. You'll be delighted to hear. The first one, I suppose, is to the CE, and that is what direction has been given to staff about achieving a certain amount of rates increase next year?
Through the chair, no direction apart from me talking to my staff about the resources that we have available to deliver a program, mostly in the capital workspace, as was highlighted in the introduction that Cam and Scott have given, is that we were staring down the barrel of a $150 million capital program, and I think that we struggled to deliver somewhere near 90. So we have done a lot of work to peg that back to make sure that we are, in most parts, delivering on what the community are asking us to do.
Okay, and so to follow that up, I see that the renewals budget is about 2 million less than it was predicted to be for the long-term plan. Given that council in the last long-term plan indicated that we wanted to catch up on renewals, that we were behind on renewals, what's the rationale for the total renewals actually being about 2 million or so less in the proposed annual budget than they would have been in this year of the long-term plan?
I'll just check across to the team there if they've got a better answer than maybe the one I have.
Yeah, I'm going to half look at Glenn and hopefully he'll nod in agreement. As the CE's just highlighted, the main idea of the capital budget this year was we have a deliverable program. You'll know that we occasionally hit a slight delay in a project, and it's really just about lining all of those up and prioritising to make sure we fix the ones that we absolutely need to fix in any given year, but also remain that we can deliver what we're putting forward as well. Okay, well, if that's the case, why is it that when I'm reading through the renewals list, there's quite a lot of commentary around deferral of renewals, particularly in water infrastructure, where the comment is this renewal being deferred will risk failure. I mean, there's a number of them. I'm not going to bore you by reading them all out, but if it's around deliverability, why are we getting the putting off of essential work, increasing the risk of failure? I might start, but I might need a bit of a backup comment from Mike here. My understanding is that risk is not a risk for the immediate future. It is more of a medium to long-term risk that the longer we hang on to that renewal, the higher the risk of failure increases.
Okay, I didn't know if Mike was coming to add to that.
Mike Monaghan, Manager 3 Waters, and I think Scott's kind of defined it quite well there. The risk of any delays to renewals will have an impact eventually, but not an immediate risk.
Okay, right, moving on to some other areas. On page 263, there's a proposal to refurbish rather than replace the mobile library van. How long or how many times has the mobile library van been out of service in the last couple of years because it's been needing repairs?
Through you, Councillor, I don't know the specifics about that particular question. I can get the answer for you though.
Okay. Next question is around the levels of community support on page 182. So I'll just get that page up, if you just bear with me. Okay, so on page 182, budget whole of council, 182, 183, might be 183, sorry. Yeah, 183, beg my pardon, of the electronic version. Under budget whole of council, capital expenditure, capital renewals, under connected and safe community, we've got a reduction in the city library budget, which is quite significant, and also a reduction in the community support budget. Can you explain what renewals we're not doing in those areas?
I'll just need a second to bring up the programs for that.
So it's one of those summary tables of capital renewals.
Sorry, this might be a bit long-winded, but the first one is program 1139, City Library, All Sites, RFID Materials Management. And the reason we've got there is a reduction due to the uncertainty of sequencing library refurbishments and rebuilds. That was a $50,000 decrease.
Well, it must be much more than that. There must be about 400.
Yep. Next program 2455, which is the City Library Mobile Library Replacement Fit Out, which is $261,000 reduction that we've just discussed for the same reason.
Okay, so are those renewals not being done to save money? Or I'm just not understanding why we're not keeping up with looking after the things that we've got.
We've got some people on the round that probably can help, so I'll just ask the city
We'll get
library
Linda to
manager
come up.
to give her view. Thank you.
Kia ora, Linda Moore, Manager City Library. I'll just speak to the 1139, which is our radio frequency identification management. Those are the kiosks and the RFID sorter that some of the councillors walked around and had a look at. So where we're at now is, and we've got enough tech to get us through to when we have any changes in our facilities. So we believe that by not spending money next year, we will have a better view of what comes out of the LTP to then reframe into that budget for what we need for those facilities. There is a saving there too underneath that, which is the additional operating expenditure under that program. We are looking to refurbish our current sorter. We're sourcing some second-hand parts, which will bring that up to a level that will allow us to lean into new software, and it'll keep that sorter going until we know what the future of the Central Library is, because that particular piece of kit has to be designed specifically for the location. So we can't invest in that piece of kit at the moment because we don't know what that option looks like for us. So we're working with a provider. We're going to do that work this year. Then what happens then is the actual operating expenditure around that decreases by that 20,000. So we're able to make that saving at the moment. That will change if we need to upgrade those things earlier. The risk is that it might fail. We don't believe that it will, but we will have to come back in the 10-year plan with some certainty around what our facilities are going to look like in order to reinvest in this kit, because we've got this program in there for those reasons that have been explained. We want to stay on that kit. We can't operate without it. Everything stops. For the other capital renewal, which is the mobile library, we had part of that program in our budget, which is the internal fit out of that particular fleet. Manages the chassis, the actual physical bus, and we do all the kit out. So in conversation with fleet, we moved that budget to be aligned in that program so that the budgets are all together, so that then when we look at what we need in a replacement, that can come through there. What we're looking in the mobile replacement eventually, which is proposed to move out slightly, is that that vehicle will be made a little bit more flexible for what the city might need. So for instance, if we go into period of time with an emergency where we need to repurpose the bus to go and be a stand-up something, the books can get pulled out of it. It can go out and pop up. We've got a different link into connectivity for Wi-Fi, which is Starlink, which can then be used in that way as well. And we're just checking how many days the mobile has been off. In conversation with Alan and Fleet, what we would do with that to manage the bus we currently have, we're looking at refurbishing the skin, fixing that up. We're also looking at, last time we did the mobile was back in 2012 or 2013, before I started, and we couldn't, at that particular point in time, an electric bus was not achievable. It was very expensive. So now we were looking to have a view over what the best electric chassis might look like. So we're okay with it being moved out. What we will have to do is change our operating model so that it's off the road for preemptive servicing as part of the regular scheduling of getting that bus out on the road, if that makes sense. I'll speak to the last one as well because it's also there. So program 188, which is our replacement of library materials. Again, when the LTP was put together, we would have had potentially another bigger secondary library up and running in Awapuni's collection. So that is now not sitting in that year. So we're taking it down to the current base level that we have now. So that's why that's there. Again, we'll reframe into the LTP. So I suppose for our renewals in the City Library, they are reasonably dependent on decisions made in Chamber about facilities, timing of, all of those things. So we're just trying to be upfront about what we need to get through the next year, come back to in the 10-year plan once we've got some certainty around some other pieces of information.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Okay, moving on to a different area. So page 182, under expenses for a connected and safe community. I presume this is operating expenses. Under community support, in the long-term plan, it was meant to be 11,991, well, 11,991,000. Now it's down to 10,097,000. So that's quite a significant reduction. What is being reduced there? So it's page 182 on the electronic version. Item 11, attachment 2, budget whole of council.
Yeah, so just looking through the detailed sub-activity view of that, majority is a relation to those labour allocations being moved around and being tidied up and being a lot more accurate than they were in the LTP.
So you can confirm that there's no reduction in level of service?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I suppose I'll take that. Next question is around the deferral of the capital expenditure of social housing, which is on page 287. And the rationale given there is around waiting for decision making from council. I guess we're, in December of 2025, and we're saying that by the end of, by the end of the financial year in 2027, we're not going to have made any progress on the social housing. It's more than 18 months away. Would we not be more sensible to leave that in the hope that we would be able to make progress, given that the whole thing has been delayed for a long time already, and council has indicated quite clearly that it's a priority and is to be moved quickly? I mean, I don't know.
It's through the chair. Yeah, that's your decision to make. I think that we've already had just one presentation recently in the workshop. We've got a second one coming up in February as well that might give you an indication about a steer forward as well for inclusions of what might need to go into the budgets and things. So we're happy to have another look at that.
So if we defer it at this point, and then whatever decision might be made in early next year, can it be brought back in if we think we could do it in that time frame?
Yes, it can. So this is a draft meeting, I guess, of the budget. So you've got, by the time you get to February, March, when you're making the decision to go out for consultation, there's that
that time there that you can have a look at those things, and we could do a bit more work on that for you.
Okay, great, thank you. Final question is around overheads, again. I understand that you are obligated to include the overheads as you do. Is it possible to include a separate information sheet with a breakdown of the overheads so that we have some visibility of these overheads, where they're falling, how they've been increasing over previous years, etc.? Because I really feel we haven't got a good line of sight onto the overheads. And it's one thing to understand how they're calculated, but I think possibly for me, the more important thing and the less, technical thing is to understand how they've been increasing, where they're sitting, and what oversight we have of those overheads.
I'll just ask the CE to respond to that.
Take one for the team. The through the chair, so we've been having from previous meetings and probably the more recent meeting with elected members as well. We've had that conversation internally about getting providing you with much more detail about overheads, how they work, how much are they, all of those sorts of things as well, and we'll put something together for you on that.
And perhaps what makes them up? What are they? Is it toilet paper and photocopy paper and all that sort of stuff? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think we need more visibility of them.
I just would like to add, that's not a simple report to build. So, like Wade said, the internal conversations, I've asked the team to start drafting exactly how that would look to provide that kind of information to you, and hopefully provide some clarity to elected members.
And might we have that before the budget consultation document goes out?
Yes.
Sorry, Scott. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that's enough from me.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Thank you both. Just in terms of the rates cap legislation, if it proceeds as it's proposed, which year do we need to implement that from?
Through you, Mr Mayor, given that the information is relatively new, but my understanding is it is locked in by 2029, and there's some transitional or movement period from 2027 onwards, so not this annual budget, but from basically your long-term plan onwards. But you're locked in from 2029 is my understanding.
And so what are the expectations during the transitional period? Is that to, for our rates increases to fall within that cap?
I have not gone into the detail at this point, given that it's saying the detail is still coming out to us. But my understanding would be for councils to start planning to get within the cap by 2029 would be my take on it at this point. But that's just my take. I don't have the detail of that legislation in front of me.
Okay, thank you. Now looking at the table on page 162, table 2, and the the breakdown of what things are driving the increase. Just the top 2 items, the interest costs and the debt repayment, the total of those under the draft annual budget is 2.5%, as compared to the long-term plan being 3.7%, obviously because of the reduction in the interest assumption as well as a smaller debt drawn down last year. I'm presuming though that's why that's less. If we are to draw down the full 58.4 million next year in debt, as is outlined on the next page, do we have any understanding at this stage of what impact that will have on our rates requirement for next year?
I don't have that to hand, but we are working on that. That at the moment we do tend to at least have some knowledge about what the debt profile means for subsequent years. So yep, that's been worked on. So I don't have it to hand.
So would it be a correct assumption to think that it might be closer to the 3.7% end rather than the 2.5% or somewhere in between?
I would say it's possibly closer to your draft annual budget figure, because based on if your program is as what's in front of you right here and now, because that's a more similar sized program to the year that we've just concluded. And so you could say that that's a fairly reasonable trend. But if the program increased to the levels that the long-term plan housed, then you'd be at more closer to the long-term plan level. It just depends on the size of your capital program.
And am I correct to understand that what drives that is how much debt we drew down last year?
Yeah, that has a significant bearing on it, yes.
And the debt that we drew down last year was what? Was it 28 or something?
Yeah, so, something to that figure. I don't have that to mind, but there's two components to it. The debt that you start rating for in the following year is the full debt repayment from the current year, plus half of the debt, effectively, of the new program. So we basically fund debt repayment for half of the debt repayment in the year that's constructed, and then this kicks in the following year in full, because there's a timing difference across the year. Some projects start early in the year and some projects start late in the year, so we use that.
Thank you. So my reason for this line of questioning is, I mean, how much should we be considering the amount that we draw down in debt in the coming year in terms of preparing for rates caps?
Good question, but again, I refer back to the where the legislation is currently leaning towards during its proposal period, which is that doesn't become effective in totality until 2029. So there's still more information to understand. I don't think it would impact you at this point for next year necessarily, but when you're doing the long-term plan, I think it becomes more of a consideration.
Okay, thank you. In terms of moving to page 157, where the recommendations are outlined, and looking at the F recommendation, the outcomes following consideration of clause 9.3, and if we look at 9.3 on page, I think it's 171. That's just the item that has not been included in the draft budget, but then in 9.2 it outlines all the items that were for consideration during the annual budget that have been included in the annual budget. So are we supposed to be considering 9.2 as well as 9.3 in that F, or at what point are you thinking that we should consider those items that have been referred to the annual budget that are outlined in 9.2?
Yep, so 9.2 in terms of the recommendations is outlined in recommendation 1A, which is operating programs is outlined and which continue to include those in clause 9.2. As mentioned to an earlier question, those were in this year's budget and at this point have been, and C, it's in and C as well. So it's in two places that you're going to consider 9.2. Yep.
Okay. So the assumption is that unless we make any other decision, those things are automatically in. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Just two more questions related to specific items. There's one on page 269, that's program 2495, which is council chambers refreshed, of 313,000. I'm just wondering what specifically that is for. Does anyone know?
Through Mr. Chair, Glenn Bunny, manager property, for furnishings, fittings generally, so carpets, seating, etc.
Okay, so is there a view that the carpets and furnishings require 313,000 investment in the next year,
That's what's in the program, councillor, so
Okay.
happy to take direction on whether that's deferred, change the amount, etc. We will do what we can with resource available.
Okay, thank you. And just final question is related to the seismic strengthening program, program 902, that's outlined on page 281. And I did ask a question about that. And there's an answer that's come through, so thank you for that. The answer is that 2 million is to fund full investigations and comprehensive design for the Regent Library in Te Manawa. I'm just wanting to check, is all 2 million needed for investigations and design, is none of that funding actually to implement any improvements?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Under the new framework that's proposed, it doesn't come into effect until 27. Things have changed for the earthquake-prone building portfolio. Our priority buildings were going to be the Regent and the library and some aspects of Te Manawa. We know enough under the new direction to know what we need to be investigating, and we would use that money in advance of that legislation becoming in effect to do those full investigations, come up with a design and scope. For buildings like the Regent and the library with our live sites, that becomes quite a complicated process because they have programs and use, etc. So those programs will be quite involved and therefore will come at reasonable expense that we don't have exact amounts on at the moment. Depending on how far we got with those works and we were able to then turn some of the unspent funds to actual capital program, we would do so.
And so what could be achieved if that fund was, say, 1 million rather than 2 million?
Through Mr. Chair, we would do as much as we could with that amount under the same guiding principles that we would try and fulfil the pre-construction profile of what's required as best as we can.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Okay, Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just 3 lines of questioning. One is on page 167 under the revenue assumptions. 5.14 covers some examples of the convention centre, cemeteries and social housing with the targeted external funding proportions, and accepting that we agreed to move forward with them being out of kilter. When will we understand we're doing the level of service review later on, and but also wanting to understand when we'll actually review the policy minimums, because I see them being quite essential for us in all our activities for review.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, that is out of your revenue and financing policy, and that is a policy that you review as part of the long-term plan.
So that won't happen till the year after next, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. The next one is on page 258, and it's relating to a capital expenditure. And it's in regards to program 2361, which is the CET Arena replacement of the grandstand roof. It's not timed until 2027-28, and yet on the recent tour that we had with councillors, it was very clear to us that the J.A. Russell Lounge had lots of leaks coming through it, and it was referenced that it was needing quite urgent work to replace. Is it possible to have that considered to bring forward to actually get that addressed so we don't have risk of hirers and key stakeholders having a flood?
I'd have to refer that to Glenn for an answer on that, but while he's coming down, what I would say is that would be your decision to make. But Glenn, from a deliverability perspective, might be able to provide some insight as to what's entailed for a roof replacement of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
He's nodding at me, so I think he's suggesting it could be done.
Could we move forward to the next financial year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, I just wanted to inquire, this is moving into page 282, and referencing back to the previous page, which is 281, which we've got the community centre for the Pacifica expansion, at Bull Brown Park, I understand that. But then the following page, I just wanted to inquire, the Bull Brown Park additional car parking is planned for the following year, and I just wanted to get comment whether that was practical to do both those programs in one financial year, just to kind of deal with that capacity if we were increasing the building, to actually increase the car parking at the same time.
Kathy Dev Todd, Manager Parks and Reserves. So we've asked to bring the car park forward in relation to the Pacifica Centre, but also the developments with the Kia Toa club rooms, linked up with the stormwater management. So for example, one of the things is they need a stormwater detention tank, and that will go under the car park. So the projects are very linked together. There's the services that make sense to do those connections in that area before we put the car park over the top, but to contract all those works together and then just apportion some of that cost to Kia Toa.
So just as a follow-up question, so I can understand, would we need to move that budget forward a year for the car parking, or is that the intention anyway?
That is correct. The intention is to bring it forward to enable us to do it with the other works.
But that does not need a political decision today, or is that what you're saying? It's in there already as an action, okay.
Yes, it's already in our...
Thanks for confirming that. I appreciate it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, look, thank you. That's the questions done. Thanks, Cam, Scott. You may be required as we go into the next part of the process. So, colleagues, we will break for lunch, but what has happened, at 5 p.m. we received 15 extra recommendations, and just with the knowledge of the mover and the seconder, we've just positioned those into renewals, or capital renewals, capital growth, operating programs and an operating budget. And we'll go through those sort of in chunks. 2 have been withdrawn, so we've got 13 remaining. What I'm going to do is let obviously the mover speak to that, and then we'll go through any questions that may be required. I'm hoping there's not too many. We've teased them out. Then there'll be 3 for, 3 against. Otherwise, we just will struggle to get through. So just bear with us on that. Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, are you able to say which 2 have been withdrawn, please?
The 2 Kiki Whenua ones have been withdrawn. So page 275, program 1857, the Cultural Historical Reserve purchase, and then the transport budget as well. Program 1681 has been withdrawn.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, enjoy your lunch, and we will see you back in here at 2. We will have a quick 30-minute councillor only